if we can get to Detective Jimenez this morning and start her testimony, that would be ideal. If not, she can testify in the afternoon. And
she's the state, right?
Correct. She's also going to. I'm also going to be introducing a jail call through her as well and publishing a jail call.
Is there an agreement from the parties on the contents of the statement?
So
that need to be skipped over and redacted?
So late last night, I finished going through the entire 11-hour statement. I finished around 2 o'clock in the morning. So I didn't want to call Mr. Tomas at 2 o'clock and wake him up. I have timestamps of what I believe are either irrelevant or inadmissible. Mr. Tomas and I spoke briefly this morning. The only actual issue I believe that exists, there is a point in time in which when Detective Jimenez walks in at some point, she goes to Ms. Lang, I have a question for you. What happened on Monday? And I can't remember the exact words that are used, but Ms. Lang volunteers that she smashed the window of the truck that we discussed during the Williams rule. Ms. Lang's response to all that in context is that was immediately after the victim had pistol whipped her. I can mute that portion in time because obviously the court says that could not be used as a Williams rule. I do think it's relevant in this case, in that context, but if the court's order is that cannot come in, I'll mute that entire portion.
So jurors comes back in and that's an isolated mini conversation.
Yeah, it's I have no timestamp here. It is during the full 11-hour statement. It is at 8:29. 8 hours and 29 minutes, and it goes 8 hours, 29 minutes, and 17 seconds.
But it is isolated.
Correct, yes. That's the only actual portion about the truck that's ever involved, but I do think it goes directly to the state of mind of the defendant. It goes directly to the defense's argument that had been brought out multiple times now that the victim had pistol whipped her prior to, that she was in fear, et cetera, et cetera. I think it goes directly to her state of mind. If the court's ruling still is that I cannot bring that up, I would just ask to revisit it on rebuttal at that point in time, but I understand whatever the court's ruling is.
Let's just work backwards. Do you want that in or out, Mr. Tomas? Okay, so it'll be redacted.
Sure.
Muted, however way. The other parts regarding this person getting arrested, that person getting arrested, are both sides in agreement for those?
So I've muted, let me phrase it this way. I have my lit support currently working on muting all specific mentions of any actual acts of domestic violence or arrests that are brought up. I intend to elicit testimony from Detective Jimenez that this was a volatile relationship, that there were acts of domestic violence that were occurred, but I don't want to get into the specifics because as Ms. Lane mentions—
Let me ask you this, how are you going to ask yours about their relationship?
Did the defendant tell you that this was a volatile relationship? She actually, the exact words that Ms. Lane uses in her statement was this was toxic as hell.
Okay.
Did she tell you that this was a toxic relationship? Did she tell you that it was volatile? Did she tell you that there were acts of domestic violence that were committed by Pedro Jimenez against Ms. Lane? She will answer yes.
But all of those words that came out of Ms. Lane's mouth are in the report, right?
To a certain extent, yes. Ms. Lane gives specific examples. She says she woke up in a bathtub. She doesn't give a time, a date, anything like that, but she says it happened a while ago, which is also corroborated by Ms. Lane's statement to other officers that, yeah, Pedro had a past, but that was very long ago. Ms. Link also talks about how, with the bathtub incident, she says, well, that was the last time I got arrested.
But why revisit it again with divorce? What's the purpose?
Because as of right now, those things really haven't come into evidence, right? The actual acts of domestic violence that are spoken about are not really in evidence.
What's the purpose of having divorce highlight?
I'm not highlighting.
Half a dozen, so
no, I'm not going to have her speak about any of them. And as we talked about yesterday, the only thing that I'm going to have her talk about is did Ms. Link tell you it's a toxic relationship, etc.? Did she tell you there were acts of domestic violence? I don't intend to have her say, yeah, she told me about the bathtub incident. She told me about this. She told me about that.
I'm not answering my question. What's the point of having Jimenez repeat these? The jury's already going to hear it from the video. Why?
No, they're going to be muted because, again, the court's rulings during the motion in limine that those specific acts were not coming into evidence. The only actual act that was going to be discussed was the pistol whipping incident from 5 days ago. So what I'm asking Detective Jurors to testify to is, did Ms. Link tell you that there were acts of domestic violence? She will say yes, and then I will stop. Did she say that there were acts of domestic violence that Ms. Link also committed against Pedro Jimenez? She will say yes, and then I will move on. And the reason why is because it shows the totality of that actual relationship, and it's inextricably intertwined with my theory of the case that this was a toxic, volatile relationship with domestic violence going both ways.
So, Judge, what I would say to that is nobody's disputing that this was a toxic relationship. My concern is we have a statement where Ms. Link talks about why it's a toxic relationship, but we're going to mute that, but then we're going to let this person give a secondhand account of a statement that's going to be in, but it's going to be redacted. I don't see why those two scenarios should coexist.
Well, so I don't have to play the statement at all. I don't have, I can publish only even portions of it. The law is incredibly clear that I'm allowed to present evidence as I want to, that this is not applicable to the best evidence rule either. And again, the court has already ruled that those specific acts of violence, either way, are not coming into evidence.
So then why would I allow jurors to say in court, they can't come in?
I'm not going to ask her about specific acts. I'm going to ask her, did Ms. Link tell you about Mr. Jimenez committing domestic violence? Did Ms. Link say she committed domestic violence? I'm leaving it in a very broad sense because Ms. Link talks about her actual arrest, which I don't think, based off the defense's arguments last week, and the court's inclination prior to, that can come in, right? We're talking about the second phase of the case at that point in time. Same thing with the victim's arrest. She says he was arrested for this, the bathtub. He wrote a letter to his mom. None of that is relevant to this case.
So you want to be able to corroborate that there was domestic violence on both sides? Correct,
which is my theory of the case.
So what we want to do is the half dozen or so specific incidents from the actual video, based on my ruling, shouldn't come in. But the state still wants to paint a picture that there were acts, not necessarily criminal acts, acts on both sides. And it sounds like a pretty general, they want to elicit pretty general evidence from the detective regarding that. I think based on the way that they want to elicit it, it won't be a feature of this detective's testimony.
No, it'll be seconds.
So what's...
Well, if it's limited to the very general questions that he just...
Yeah, I misunderstood. I thought you wanted Jurors to say, was there rats in this?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay, that was my bad.
Okay, so if it's limited to those very general questions, then
right, and so it goes into their theory of there were ups and downs.
That's
you
fine.
used the word volatile, so I'll allow that.
Judge, I want to give you a heads up. I just sent you an email. I copied the state. So there is an order dealing with the custody of the kids. I did locate it. It's part of the dependency case. The clerk will not give me a copy unless you sign an order. So I'm asking, I sent you a proposed order. I don't know if you want to tweak it a little bit, but I tried to cover all the bases there. They don't have the file right now because it just so happens that just yesterday they finally quashed that pickup order, which had been outstanding for a long time. So just so the court knows, now that that pickup order is quashed, maybe Ms. Link's mother will change her mind and provide Pedro Jr. I'm going to be at the state attorney's office on Monday morning to conduct depositions anyways. So if she brings Pedro Jr., then we can resolve that on Monday morning. If she doesn't, I have no control over what she decides to do, but just wanted to make the court aware of it.
We'll still need to litigate a few things regarding that child, and then I would also, so I don't know the statute off the top of my head, but there is a statute that says any party, including the court, can move for hearing on whether or not it'll be traumatic to a child witness to testify in front of the defendant. If we get to that point, I'm going to be moving for that child to be given his testimony, not in the courtroom as well, but we can cross that bridge when we get there.
So I'll go ahead and have the set threaten me a copy of this. And it looks like it's fine based on my review. I'll sign off on it. But this is for your case sheet, right? This is for your presentation of your case, so you may not. Hopefully, they get it to you today.
They're not going to get it to me today, Judge. They said that if I show up, they're closed on Monday. I show up Tuesday morning at 9 with a certified copy, then they'll give it to me. I'd ask.
Why not today?
Because they don't have the file because it was in court yesterday because they just signed that order.
Do you know which judge?
Probably not the same judge anymore, but.
How do I say this now?
I'm sorry. I just see how there's something. Oh, sure. Thanks.
I'm not sure which judge it is, Your Honor.
You make some phone calls. But you want to present this when you start your case on Tuesday?
Yeah, it's a self-authenticated certified document. Looks like Michelle Alvarez-Barakat signed the order, the old order. I don't know if there's a new judge assigned to it now. It just says cancellation.
She's still over there, so it's probably.
Okay.
We'll make some phone calls.
And Judge, I'll send you, if you don't mind, once there's a certified order, if there's a way that you can email it to this supervisor clerk, and I'll send you the email. Just, I don't know, so.
Once my JA gets it, I'll have her send it over to the clerk. She can copy both sides, and I think I can ask for a certified copy, which probably I'll probably get it before you get it on Tuesday.
I would think you would.
Let's hope they give you that. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they're probably giving that professional first.
Thank you, Judge.
There's one other issue that I spoke to Mr. Tomas about that I think is actually very.
Going back to the statement.
Sure.
We'll just talk about it over lunch.
Yeah, absolutely. I have, like I said, I have my own timestamps. I'm asking Mr. Atal, the reason why I'm doing this is we don't have the actual statement yet. Like I said, I finished it late last night. I have timestamps, but when I went to my litigation support team this morning, their timestamps are used on a different program that is significantly more accurate than the program that I am given. They're off by about a minute or so. So while we're in the trial, Mr. Atal is confirming the actual timestamps, but I have what I have, which I think.
What is it literally recording?
Basically.
Over the video?
Basically.
Your Honor, so there's essentially internal timestamps that are already embedded into the actual interview, so I'm just cross-referencing those.
And then I'll be able to provide a copy of that to everybody, but I can speak to Mr. Tomas about what I'm actually planning on redacting and removing from that video itself.
I wanted to, just gonna tell them where to take the jury on that side. Can I revisit a little bit what we discussed yesterday regarding the,
First Miranda?
yes, but also the, I'd like to file my email with the court as according to one. My concerns regarding the spontaneous statement. Okay? Nothing in this email is anything different than what we generally discussed in court, but it sort of narrows down my concern about the way that the spontaneous statement came out. And my belief that the instruction I gave to the jury about how the jury should view the spontaneous statement, I think I'm correct. So I just wanted the appellate court to see what I was thinking and the case law that I provided to you all yesterday, so that would be Court Exhibit 1. Look, in the context that it was said, it was pretty jarring. I understand it may have fallen into the spontaneous statement category. We haven't heard all the evidence yet, and the jury is supposed to keep it in mind. If Ms. Borrell testifies and more evidence comes out about Ms. Link and her self-defense claims, I think that statement is less impactful. Does that make sense, Mr. Tomas?
Yes, sir.
We still have to look at we're only halfway through the trial, we still have half more evidence, half as much more evidence that needs to be admitted, and there's nothing stopping you from saying something along the lines of the family knew it was quote unquote a bad relationship, and it's not unreasonable to believe that something bad was going to happen to either side, something along those lines, right? Okay. Not yet.
Yes.
All right. Did you and Ms. Link talk about the Miranda waiver? Yeah, 40-1.
Yes, she wants the whole thing in, including,
I went back and I looked over the Miranda waiver in the second one. While the police say something along the lines of, so you want to talk to us, we have to go over your rights again. They use the word again a couple times.
Which, sorry not to cut the cord off, that's muted.
Oh, well, I was going to say, that doesn't indicate that she has invoked her right to remain silent. Just because they're going over the Miranda rights a second time or again, it's not a comment on the silence. So yes, the state is going to mute that. I don't think they need to mute that because this doesn't indicate that. My concern is a comment on the silence. So,
yeah, I would just ask they play it, but no commentary, no unsolicited comments from the witness like we had yesterday with that
my
detective.
point is, it's not necessary for us to talk about the first Miranda.
Yes.
Because the second Miranda doesn't indicate a comment on her silence or the invocation of any rights, number one. And number two, since it's in the benefit of Ms. Link to have this statement come in, I would think that we would want to streamline it.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. So if you, as you and your lawyer, believe strategy-wise, it's better for you to have the statement come in, it looks like it's coming in with certain protections. For example, the jury's not going to know that you were arrested. Does that make sense? Okay. So what would be the logic in bringing in the first statement where you invoked it?
Because they spoke to me outside of the door either way. They were speaking to me the entire time, even though they weren't supposed to. They basically coerced me into signing that second sheet when they took me to the bathroom with an entirely different investigator from the DV department.
But at this stage, you're agreeing that what's in the full interview is better for you.
Correct. Yes.
For this trial. So why can't we just move on and not from your point of view, understand that you're getting an overall benefit, even though there's parts of it that you don't agree with, the way that they got you to speak, for example.
I can understand that.
You also understand that there wasn't a motion to suppress filed. So the court didn't have the cops come in and prove to me that your Miranda statement was a knowing voluntary waiver. We didn't have that argument. That's a constitutional motion that could have been filed, just like the standard ground, but that wasn't in front of the court either, right? So that, to me, that's also like a strategic point of view, strategic move by the defense, right?
Yes.
Okay, so do you want to so it sounds like you don't want to talk about the first Miranda waiver.
Yes.
Because if you do, you and I have to have an in-depth conversation about what it means for this jury to understand that you invoked your rights, and essentially it's a comment on your silence, which has all sorts of huge constitutional ramifications that need to be weighed in this courtroom for appellate purposes. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So why don't you just talk to her real quick about
Yeah.
us not going into the first Miranda?
Because I'm just going to step outside.
Yeah, I'll step outside too. You all registration, all right, seats.
Yes, sir.
How are we proceeding on the first Miranda?
So,
Ready for the jury?
No.
so we'll leave the first one out, and like you said, they're gonna say, you're gonna read your rights again. That's fine.
I'm muting the part where they say we're going to read your rights again. It's just going to go into Detective Jimenez. I can show everybody later when I have the actual redaction because I don't remember it.
Do you think it's,
I just don't want any mention of again or anything like that.
I would ask that again, State. That's the one thing.
again, it's fine, because it's not a comment on the silence.
Right, but it implies that she was already read her rights, and that's my fear. If Ms. Link is willing to waive that appellate right to at least that portion of it, I'm okay with leaving it in. I'm just very concerned about even going near the idea that Ms. Link had invoked at any point in time. That's my fear, and as we have said a number of different times, I don't want this case coming back, which there is just case law after case law after case law that says any mention about any kind of first invocation of Miranda rights is reversible error, and I don't want to even come close to it.
I know it's nuanced, but the second reading doesn't, it indicates a second reading. It doesn't indicate a indication.
But Your Honor, they wouldn't even see a first reading.
Right.
It would essentially be cut out.
And
Hold on, I understand where you're going regarding influence, but if you raise that argument, it is what it is, okay? And there's no evidence
Judge, respectfully, I'm not comfortable playing that if Ms. Link is not going to waive her appellate rights to that specific issue. I don't care about the first part coming in or her waiving there, but if there is a mention of we're going to read you your rights again, I'm not comfortable publishing that to the jury in any manner whatsoever. And the way I'm instructing Detective Jurors to limit that is, did Ms. Link approach you while you were fingerprinting her and explaining why she was being fingerprinted? Yes. What did Ms. Link say? Did you approach her? Did she approach you? She said, I didn't mean to kill him. Detective Jurors will say I said to Ms. Link, in order for us to talk to you, we have to go over your rights, and then I will discuss Miranda and discuss her waiving of Miranda and publish that portion of it. But I am not comfortable having any mention of again or anything like that, especially since we had a detective testify yesterday about Ms. Link not having to cooperate with law enforcement and objections sustained that were made by defense counsel about any kind of inference about her refusal to cooperate with law enforcement. I'm not comfortable, and I'm just not going to play it.
Understood. All right. They'll play with the waiver. And I still have to speak to Ms. Link about that. Are you agreeing?
So as far as to there being mention of the word again, yes, I will waive any appellate issues as it relates to that very specific part being played.
And are you in agreement with me that while it says again, and you have to go over your rights again, it's going to be the same form? The state is concerned that there may be an inference that there's a comment on her silence.
Right, so I'm waiving that specific appellate issue, yes.
Ms. Link, do you understand?
Yes.
So even though Mr. Tomas believes legally he can waive this, it really is up to you to decide if you're going to allow the state to play the full second interview, the portion we're talking about now, about police going over your rights again. So you understand that no one's going to tell the jury that you invoked the first time. No one's going to tell the jury that you invoked your right to remain silent. No one is going to comment on your silence, but you're essentially agreeing that that is not going to be an issue for appellate purposes. Do you understand?
Yes.
You've had enough time to speak to Mr. Tomas about that?
Yes.
Okay, do you need any more time to speak to him?
No.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me about what we just went over?
No good.
All right. Okay, so I think you have a waiver.
Yeah, so I'll talk to Liz Support about that later this afternoon when we actually publish that video and having that portion. There's a few other issues that I think are imperative to address. First and foremost, I walked outside, I made eye contact with one of the jurors, I recognized her, I said hello, I didn't realize who it was until I said that, and then there were a handful of witnesses around where the jury is, they're right outside the courtroom. I asked them all to just move away, so that way there'd be no...
That's fine, well, I asked them virtually, but...
Yeah, they're right there. I just wanted to make everybody aware of that. The second issue is I want to make sure that we are not proceeding forward on any kind of suppression issue, because Ms. Link specifically said earlier that she was coerced into waiving Miranda, so she's going to be...
I understand based on my conversation with her, she understands that no motion to suppress.
Right, I just want to make sure that that is also on the record. And then the third thing...
That's right.
Yes. Understood.
And then the third thing is, I spoke to Mr. Tomas about this. I spoke to Sergeant Crementini on my way into the office this morning. What he informed me was basically this. The phone extraction that is currently in evidence is the entirety of the phone extraction. However, that was done sometime about 2022. Sergeant Cremencini, who was working with a team at the time, now has access to better technology. And very recently, within the last week or so, he decided to plug that phone in again and do the extraction again on his computer. Additional data was able to be read at that point in time. He called me this morning and informed me of that. I sent those text messages over to defense counsel this morning. The way he explained it to me was no.
It sounds like I'm gonna have to have emergency.
Right.
Or late turning over the stuff.
Well, so yes and no, and I was going to suggest to the court that we do that, and that's why I'm kind of explaining it in the way I am. The way he explained it to me was this. Technology is ever changing. It's getting better, and as the technology gets better, the actual extraction itself is able to be read more fully by better technology. We now have better technology that is able to read that data and different data. The way he described it was basically like the DNA swab. DNA swabs get better over time. It's still the same blood, it's still the same DNA, however, you're able to read more. I sent over what he sent me today to defense counsel, which is a handful of text messages.
Please have a word to the jury all the way on the side, please. One man will communicate with me. You're too close to us, please.
Those text messages are between Ms. Link and somebody by the name or saved in her phone as, I believe, Smoke. Those text messages include references to shooting people, shooting Smoke's girlfriend, etc. As I said, and as the court indicated about the Richardson, I was going to successfully do one. I don't think it actually.
Why is Smoke's text messages relevant to you?
It's not. So that's what I was going to say. It's not a discovery violation because all that data still existed and was turned over. It's just a newer program that is able to read that data more. It's inadvertent because, again, we couldn't read it when this was actually turned over. It's prejudicial because it could affect Ms. Link's cross-examination or her testimony because she says in her statement, for example, that she didn't know anything about firearms, etc., but she's saying this to shoot other people. My remedy to it, I will not use it whatsoever, and it will be excluded entirely, and I'm going to direct Detective Cremencini to discuss on his direct examination the betterment of technology over time, and if he has done anything recently, specifically about the videos on Ms. Link's phone.
So it's only relevant, the betterment of technology is only relevant about the videos on the phone?
Correct.
Have those been played?
One of them.
All right, is there something else that's going to be played?
Yes.
And do you have access to that as soon as? You know what it is?
I'm not sure if there's any new information that I didn't already have.
So there's a few of them. There's the defendant and there is the defendant and the victim exiting the vehicle together, which I'm going to talk to him about the actual timestamp on Ms. Link's phone on that, which is somewhere in 10:30 time.
10:31, that's the day of shooting?
The night before. So the shooting happens at like 3 a.m. They get outside of the vehicle at 10, which is corroborated by Ms. Link's own statement. There is a video that I plan on publishing later with the children also, them acting as a family. And then the actual shooting itself, I was planning on talking to him about the timestamps.
And these are all 1 or 2 days before the shooting?
This is the shooting, the night of the shooting. These have already been turned over, and what I'm going to ask Sergeant Cremencini is, were you able to verify the 2022 extraction to whatever you did recently? Are the videos changed in any way? And he will answer no. He will actually say exactly, I believe he said it was 861 videos that were on Ms. Link's phone are the exact same from a few weeks ago to the day that it was extracted. There's no change whatsoever when it comes to the videos.
So, I guess just so the sufficiency of the investigation, they explain it that, which is why the testimony will come about recency and extraction of videos on the phone, even though they've had it for 3 years.
So it sounds like, at least with the videos, I have all the videos already. The
Yes.
only difference is that they were able to get timestamps from within the data.
No, so if you look at my computer, I'll show you. So if you look at, I know the court can't see it, but just for the purposes of the record, if you look on the actual Cellbrite report, which is what is furnished to me, the shooting occurs and there's a timestamp of when it was created at 6/25/2022, and there is a 6-minute and 57-second video. Part of that was published yesterday. It's created at 3:06 a.m. When this link is seen, it's about 6 minutes into the video. I'm going to have Sergeant Cremancini say, okay, if this is started at 3:06, that means that this occurred around 3:11, 3:12. Then I'm going to show him the call log of the defendant with the 911, showing that 911 was called around 3:21 a.m. All of this has already been in defense counsel's possession. Nothing with regards to the video has changed whatsoever. The only difference is that the technology changed so that we could better read information, and these text messages that were now being able to be read were now furnished to defense counsel. I do not intend to use them whatsoever. I wanted to make sure that that was on the record, that I am giving the remedy of that exclusion of that evidence, regardless of
and the few that you want to play, because you already said that she came looking for him at, what's his name, Brian,
Kevin Bonilla.
Kevin Bonilla's house. It goes hand in hand, that they were getting along.
Correct.
Until the time of the shooting.
Yes.
So it sounds like it's relevant.
So I don't have a problem with the better being able to pinpoint the time that the videos happened based on this new data. That's fine.
No. The extraction that I have, this is from 2022. Nothing has changed. What I'm talking about, the data being better and the extraction being better, solely goes to the text messages. I'm just going to ask Sergeant Cremancini, did you confirm when you got better technology, were you able to confirm that the videos that were extracted are exactly the same? There's no additional videos or anything like that.
So, Judge, my only concern would be bringing in text messages or anything else that I hadn't seen up until now, but it sounds like they're not doing that.
That's correct. That's
so
correct.
Then there's no problem.
Right.
And you have to be careful with the word confirm. That's a conclusion, right? Why don't you ask him?
Well, he can, because number one, he's an expert. Number two, he will and can testify about hash marks and how you can confirm that the same data that is on the phone then is the same data that's on now. He will say they're the exact same hash marks.
So what? So you will start out by asking him, what's the date, whatever hash mark on this item versus this item, and then he can say factually that they're the same.
Yes.
And then you can ask him, do you confirm that they're the same?
Yes.
Do you understand why?
I do.
I'm concerned.
I do.
You just saying this and this, or are you saying, did you confirm?
No, I'm going to lay significant predicates before I even get into that. And we can also go sidebar to make sure, or voir dire him outside the presence of the jury to make sure that everything that we do is in the correct way, so that way there are no issues later on.
I think we've taken care of what we're supposed to take care of before these next witnesses testify.
Yes, sir.
Who's going to be the first one?
We're recalling Detective Zapata. Sorry.
All right, so can I start?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
If you need to do something, no, just gonna have to catch down. I'll send you a mess. You want to share something? I'll be watching.
I'm not sure which woods.
control of the wrong. Yeah, I'm moving that. Yeah.
All right, jurors coming in. Jurors coming in.
All right, the jurors.
Nine jurors. Lawyers, Ms. Link, you can be seated. Sorry for the delay. This is my fault. I blame all the delays on. The news is, the witnesses are outside and we're ready to go. The state's gonna call the next witness.
Yes, Judge. At this time, the state calls Detective Zapata.
Who's calling Detective Zapata?
Judge, permission to reposition the podium?
Yes. All right, Detective, you're still under oath from the last time you testified. So we're not gonna swear you again, but you're still under oath.
Okay.
All right.
Good morning, Detective Zapata. Good morning. Detective, I want to go back to photos you took from the scene when you arrived June 25th, 2022.
Okay,
You mentioned in your testimony that you photographed a vehicle.
that's correct.
I want to focus on the vehicle that was in the alleyway. What kind of vehicle was that?
It's a silver SUV.
And did that vehicle have blood on it?
Yes, it did.
And did you also review photo vehicle was in? Judge, I now move into evidence based on stipulation by the parties, what has been previously marked as 1T and 1V. 1U, sorry, Judge.
Yes.
Say exhibit 1T marker identification now becomes say exhibit 17, and 1U marker identification now becomes say exhibit 18.
Permission to publish, Judge. Now, Detective, where is it that you photographed that there was blood on this vehicle?
That's on the exterior of the driver's door.
Is it right here?
Yes,
On the driver's side door?
that's correct.
I also want to show you, is this when the vehicle was taken in?
Yes,
Did you seal off the vehicle, Detective, when you got to the scene?
yes, I did.
And what is here in the driver's side of the vehicle?
On the driver's side, on the driver's seat of the vehicle, you have a few items, such as a set of keys, bloodstained money, a bloodstained cell phone, and I believe a bloodstained piece of paper, maybe a check.
Where was there also blood-stained money when you photographed in the alleyway? Where was also money?
There was also a bloodstained bill on the alleyway, pretty close to where the victim was located.
And were these the items that were located in the driver's side of the vehicle, Detective?
Excuse me. Yes, those are the items.
And this credit card, whose name is on it?
The victim, Pedro Jimenez Gonzalez.
I want to go back to this photo right there. Do we see what's on the passenger side?
Yes, that is a blue tank top.
Is that this same tank top that's here?
That's correct.
Would you say that that is a woman's tank top or a men's tank top?
Woman.
Hold on, stop. It's the same. She's gonna ask another question.
What about this type of clothing? Was that also found in the car?
Yes.
And based on your experience, Detective, do you know whether what clothes can be men clothes or women clothes?
Yes, I can.
What would you say these type of clothes are?
It's the same. She's gonna ask another question.
Now, Detective, I want to go back to the blood trails for a moment. Did you have a chance to accurately and thoroughly review your report?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed that report, Detective, did you document when the blood trails first started, where they first started?
Hold on a second.
Okay, Detective Zapata. So the suspect blood trail, after you reviewed your report, where did the suspect blood trail first start?
The blood trail appeared to have first started in front of the residence. In front of the residence, there's another set of duplex. In front of that duplex and on a concrete walk path near a tree is where I first noticed the set of apparent blood.
And I'm now publishing what's been admitted to evidence at stage 18. Now, Detective, when you say the front of the house, so is this the house, the defendant and victim's house?
Yes.
And when you say the front of the house, are you indicating somewhere in this area where this silver car is behind this tree?
Yes.
So based on your report, was there a blood trail, suspect blood trail, right in front of the doorsteps of the victim and defendant's house?
No.
Moment to confer, Judge. Detective Zapata, was mail also found in the car when it was impounded?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Was mail, a piece of mail, also found in the car when it was impounded?
Yes, that's correct.
If I were to show you that, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Judge, I now move into evidence based on stipulation by the parties what's been previously marked as states 1V.
State Exhibit 1V, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 19.
Permission to publish, Judge? approach the witness, Judge.
The names are Pedro Jimenez and Daisy Blink.
And what address is there?
The address is 956 Northwest 4th Terrace.
No further questions, Judge.
In cross-examination for officers about that.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment. Judge, before I start with her, by way of stipulation, I would ask that what's marked as Defense Exhibit A1 be admitted into evidence.
Defense Exhibit A1, marked for identification, now becomes Defense Exhibit A.
So, ma'am, we spoke yesterday. I'm going to show you this again. I'm showing you what is already in evidence as State's Exhibit 6. Now, this is the home in question, correct?
Yes.
And you are the person who drew this red line yesterday, is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you go back to the first question?
To the first question?
Yes. Your first statement about the residence?
The home where Daisy Link lived.
Yes.
Is this the home? Would it be easier?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. 1 minute.
Yes.
This is Daisy Link's home, right? What I'm pointing to right here.
If I'm not mistaken, this is still.
Oh, this one. Okay. So I'm going to show this to you real quick. But you see the line that you are the person who drew this red line, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that it's a little hard to see because it's red, but right here, you drew a line that came all the way here, right to this area, which is where the front door of the residence would be. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. Yes, here.
Yeah, and you can see the little line going here, right?
Yes, there's a line there.
Yes. And, okay, I think I should leave this one. So as we spoke yesterday, by way of reminder, there was some, you also drew a line over here, this area here, this area over here, but there was no blood in this specific area right here. Is that
Correct. That line was to show the alleyway.
Okay. The blood was on the other side, which is over here where all this is, right?
Yes, there was blood leading up to where the victim was found collapsed.
And as far as your investigation goes and what you were able to determine, the blood trail began in this area here, in this general area here where this line starts. Is that correct?
Further, I don't recall the direction, but further, because of the trees, you can't really see the concrete walk path, but it's more so towards the front where there's a tree. You can't really see it in the picture. So it's in front of the residence, not so in front, but in front of the residence and in front of the duplex, where you see the bushes, the trees, that's where the blood appeared to have started.
So, just to be clear, the blood trail appears to start near the front door of that residence.
No,
Okay, how far away from the front door of the residence is it?
I would say if I'm standing,
From me to you?
if I'm standing in front of the residence, approximately maybe 15 steps, maybe approximately.
Okay, so maybe a little bit less the distance between me and you right now?
I would say a little bit more, maybe.
15 steps is further away than I am from you?
I don't know, I'm giving you an approximate. I can stand up and walk toward and count.
Well, 15 steps, right?
Approximately, could be more.
Could be more, could be less too, right? You're not certain.
Correct.
So other than the items that other than the items that you discussed a few minutes ago, Mr. Jimenez's license and some other cards and wallet were found also, is that correct?
I would have to take a look at the photos.
Sure. Judge, if I may approach, I'm going to show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 1. Does that appear to you to be the license of, well, actually 2 licenses of Mr. Jimenez? There's 3 pages there if you want to take a look.
Yes, it says his name on them.
And there's 2 of them, right?
Yes.
Do both those licenses have the same address?
Yes.
And what address is that?
956 Northwest 4th Terrace.
That's not the address where Daisy Link lived on the day in question, correct?
It is not the same address.
No further questions?
Yes, please.
Judge, permission to approach? Ms. Sabata, is the address that was listed on Mr. Jimenez's license to your left the same address that was listed on the mail that was found in the rental car to your right?
Yes, it is.
And does that mail also have Daisy Link's name on it?
Yes, it does.
And was this mail found in the car that Ms. Link was driving the night the victim was shot?
That's correct.
Objection calls for speculation as to Ms. Link was driving the car that night.
It's the same. You want to re-ask the question?
I already asked, Judge. Is that the same car that was found on the scene next to the victim's body in the alleyway the night he was shot?
That is.
No further questions, Judge.
Okay, you can step out. The next witness will be, the next witness will be
Dr. Mathis.
Dr. Mathis.
Raise your hand, please. You swear to our friend that testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Sorry, just 5 seconds with your.
Your Honor, it's prepared.
Judge Lewis.
The stipulation I'm going into, there is a stipulation between the parties that the body autopsy under medical examiner case number 2022-1959 is the body of Pedro Jimenez. In other words, the legal identity of Pedro Jimenez has been established by stipulation of the parties. You can start questioning Dr. Mathis.
Yes, Judge. Good morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Benjamin Mathis.
Mr. Mathis, what do you do for a living?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner of the Miami-Dade County Medical Examiner Department.
And how long have you been the Chief Medical Examiner?
10 days. Last week, they promoted me to Chief Medical Examiner. I've been Deputy Chief for the prior 3 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So you mentioned you've been Deputy Chief for 13 years.
I've been at the Medical Examiner Department for 13 years. The last 3 were Deputy Chief.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training in forensic pathology?
Sure. I went to Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island for my undergraduate degree in Classics Latin. And then I stayed at Brown for medical school where I graduated with a Doctor of Medicine degree. Then I went to the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia for my residency in pathology, anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. After completing the residency, I came to Miami for a fellowship to subspecialize in the subspecialty of forensic pathology.
And are you board certified in forensic pathology?
I am.
About how many autopsies, Dr. Mathis, have you performed over your career?
Around 2,000.
And have you previously come to court to testify as to the cause of death of an individual?
Yes.
About how many times have you done that?
Several dozen times. I usually come about 10 times a year. 10 times a year times the 12 years, 13 years I've been here.
And were you qualified as an expert on each of those occasions that you came to testify?
I have.
In what field were you qualified as an expert?
Forensic pathology.
Now, Dr. Mathis, can you tell the jury what exactly a medical examiner does?
Sure. A medical examiner is a forensic pathologist who works for the government generally. And we're charged with investigating deaths of individuals who died either under circumstances or because of who they are that the state has an interest in. So all non-natural deaths will go to a medical examiner, accidents, suicides, potential homicides, drug overdoses, inmates from the prison, those who die in police custody. And then when we investigate their deaths, we need to determine the cause of death, what caused them to die, and the manner of death, which is how we classify their death. We'll perform whatever investigations or studies we need to do, whether it's a record review, looking at their medical records, to performing a full autopsy, performing special dissections, having special tests run, studies done, also that we can determine what the cause and manner of death is.
And were you working as a medical examiner for Miami-Dade County on June 25th, 2022?
I was.
Are you the original medical examiner who did the actual autopsy on the victim, Pedro Jimenez?
Yes.
So I want to talk about your involvement in this case, Dr. Mathis. When did you perform that autopsy?
June 26, 2022.
Where did you perform it?
At our office, it's a medical examiner department. It's right across the street from Ryder Trauma at Jackson Medical Center next to Miami-Dade College Health Campus.
And when the body arrived for autopsy, what was its general condition?
He was in a fresh state. He had soiling from blood staining on his legs.
And did you observe any signs of medical intervention, such as bandages, anything like that on the body?
Yes, he had a tourniquet on his right thigh.
Now, can you walk us through the steps you take when performing an autopsy, Dr. Mathis?
Sure. So first, we capture the height and weight. We'll take a receiving photo of the individual. Then if it's a suspected homicide, we'll get pictures of the hands. Then we'll collect fingernail clippings as evidence. The body will then be washed. We'll take photographs, overall photographs of the individual. And then if there are any tattoos or injuries, we'll take photographs of those. Once the photographs have been taken, then the doctor will take any written notes about the external appearances of the body, of the tattoos, of the injuries. And then at that point, an internal examination, or what people colloquially will call the autopsy, will begin to be performed.
So you mentioned a lot of steps there.
Yes.
So I want to break that down. Can you explain to the members of the jury what an external exam is?
Sure. So external exam sounds just like that. We're taking note of the external features of the body. First is the routine, their body size, their body habitus, their height, their weight, their eye color, their hair color. And then we will, after all the regular stuff has been documented, then we'll turn to our tattoos and scars. And then then we'll move into injuries. If there are any external evidence of injuries, then we'll document those down as well.
So you mentioned that you document tattoos. Did the victim in this case have a lot of tattoos?
He did.
And was one of those tattoos the name Daisy?
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned you start with external injuries. So I want to talk about those. What external injuries did you observe on the victim's body in this case?
Yes, so he had a through and through gunshot wound on his right thigh and a through and through gunshot wound on his left foot.
Now, Dr. Mathis, you mentioned a through and through gunshot wound through the right thigh and left foot.
Yes.
So I want to break that down. I want to start with the left foot. Your Honor, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as states 1W by stipulation of the parties.
State Exhibit 1W, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 20.
Now, Dr. Mathis, is this the victim's left foot?
It is.
Now, you mentioned that he had a through and through gunshot.
Yes. Can I come down? I don't have my glasses.
Can you show to the members of the jury where the entrance wound is on this foot?
It may be hard for you to see as well, but the entrance wound is on the bottom of the left heel.
And how do you know it's the entrance wound?
So, in general, entrance wounds are round. They can have a rim of abrasion. In this case, though, his skin is different than the rest of the skin on the body. Regular skin, a lot of it has hair. Foot skin, the plantar skin, the skin on the bottom of the foot, it's thicker, it's more elastic than the rest of the body. Anybody who's done a foot rub can attest to it or had to remove a splinter. So when a bullet goes through the skin of the sole of the foot, the plantar skin, the tissue is very elastic, so it will retract, allow the bullet to come in. So when you have an entrance wound on a foot, you're going to see more of a slit-like appearance. In this case, you can even see a halo where the bullet tunneled in, but the skin retracts after it, and it's just the nature of the skin on the bottom of the foot.
And in this picture, where is the exit wound?
The exit wound is on the Achilles tendon region on the back of the heel.
How do you know that's the exit wound?
Exit wounds are irregular. Oftentimes you can take them and push them together, the edges together. You can see that this has a kind of split-like irregularity to it, and that the pieces fit together like a puzzle.
looking at the entrance and exit wound, can you determine the path the bullet took when it entered the foot?
Yeah, so since this is the entrance wound, that's where it's entered. This is what we call a perforating wound. So it's entering through the sole of the foot, the left heel, and it is going through the soft tissue and coming out the back of the heel region of the artery region.
Now, Dr. Mathis, you also mentioned that the foot is flat and it has tougher skin, is that right?
The sole of the foot, yes.
Would a person wearing a shoe, would that move the path of the bullet when it enters the person's foot?
Move the path of the bullet. So sometimes when you're wearing clothing or shoes, it can change the appearance of the entrance wound. It can add irregularity to it. It can also help us to confirm what we're seeing. So if you're looking at this or you're less experienced and you don't have a lot of experience looking at plantar wounds on the bottom of the foot, you can look at the clothing and you can, or the shoe, and you can interpret the directionality from the shoe or the clothing itself.
And what is this photo here?
That's a close-up of the exit wound on the back of the heel on the Achilles tendon region.
I'm sorry, is it Achilles?
Achilles tendon region, the back of the heel.
And how do we know that's the exit wound?
It has all the features of an exit wound. So you can see the skin kind of fits back together with a puzzle piece. If I push the edges together, it has an irregular linear. It's kind of linear, but it's irregular. That makes the features of an exit wound.
And what about this photo?
That is a close-up of the entrance wound on the bottom of the foot.
And how do we know that?
Because of the way it looks. So, like I said, normally an entrance wound is going to be round, but because of where the location is on the sole of the foot and the nature of the skin down there, entrance wounds on a plantar surface can look linear. The bullet just kind of separates the tissue, comes in, and the tissue collapses behind it.
Now I want to go back to, you mentioned shoes, and that can change the shape or irregularity of a wound. Was the victim in this case wearing shoes, do you know?
Yes,
Did you receive those shoes?
I did.
What kind of shoes were they?
They're like a boot, casual boot.
Judge, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as states 1X. By stipulation of the parties, Judge.
State Exhibit 1X marked for identification now becomes State Exhibit 21.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes.
Dr. Mathis, are these the shoes that you received from the victim, that were recovered from the victim's body?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here with the white, where the white stick is pointing?
So there is a hole next to the white stick. This is the outer edge of the left heel region of the shoe. And then below it, you have red discoloration, which looks like blood to me. This is just a further out photograph, so you can see the entire shoe.
What's interesting about this picture, Dr. Mathis?
So this is the back of the shoe, and if you recall the wound I kept referring to as on the Achilles tendon on the back of the foot, correlates with it. This is where it came out from. So it came out of the skin, and then it came out of the shoe, creating this irregular defect here.
So that's where the exit wound came out of.
Yes.
And where was this, what part, is this the entrance or exit wound entry?
This is the entrance wound. You can see the fibers of the fabric or leather are pointing inward, and it's creating a defect. So that's consistent with entrance wound from clothing.
Now, you also mentioned that in this case, the victim had a wound to the left foot and a wound to the right thigh.
That's correct.
I want to talk about the wound to the right thigh. Judge, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as 1Y by stipulation of the parties.
Stay exhibit 1Y, marked for identification, now becomes stay exhibit 22, Judge.
Now, Dr. Mathis, is this the wound on the right thigh?
Yes, so what you're looking at here is the victim lying on his belly on our autopsy table. So you're looking at the back of his lower extremities, the back of his leg. His buttock would be here, right above where the picture cuts off.
And is the wound to the right thigh, did it have both an entrance and exit wound?
It has both an entrance and an exit.
And this wound is the entrance?
Is the entrance.
How do we know that for the right thigh?
Because of the way it looks. Sorry. Because of the way it looks. We interpret gunshot wounds, entrance, exit, based on their morphology, the way they look. And this one, you can even see from this view, better close up, but you can see from this view, it's nice, and it has a round this punched out appearance to it.
Now, what are we looking at now?
Now, this you're looking, he's lying on his back now. And up here above, that would be the groin region and above, and you're looking at from the top of the thighs down. And within the tattoo, there is a gunshot wound there.
Is this a better view of the front of the victim's thigh?
Yes.
And what exit wound is that?
That is the exit wound. That's on the front of the thigh. That's the exit wound. Same thing. Just a different orientation.
What about this picture?
So now we're back on the back of the thigh. This is an entrance wound. You can see it has a punched out appearance. You can see the yellow in the middle, that's the fat, the soft tissue underneath the skin. So that's missing, that's the German gunshot wound. You can see it's got like this oval, it can be round, it can be oval, it can be elliptical, depending on the angle that they go in. Going around the wound. And then you see that there is what we call abrasion, some scraping of the tissue around the edges of the wound. These are all features of an entrance.
Now, Dr. Mathis, for his right thigh, were you able to determine the path the bullet was taking?
Yes, so this is the entrance wound. It's on the back of the thigh, so it's going from back to front.
Is the way that the bullet entered through the back of his right thigh consistent with the victim facing his back to the person who shot him?
The back of the victim needs to be facing the barrel of the gun.
So yes.
Yes.
Would it be consistent if you were facing the person who shot him?
No, because the barrel of the gun has to be pointing toward the back of the thigh.
Now, Judge, I now move to evidence what has been previously marked as stage 1Z by stipulation of the parties.
Stay exhibit 1Z, marked for identification, now becomes stay exhibit 23, Judge.
Judge, permission to publish? Yes. Now, Dr. Mathis, what are we looking at here?
You are looking at the exhibit line flat on his back on the autopsy table, and I took plastic probes and ran them through, placed them through the pathways of the two gunshots.
So this is the wound to the foot.
Correct. And now it kind of makes more sense when you saw the shoe and how it looked on him. Harder to appreciate when you're just seeing the whole stuff. With the probe, it makes it easier to visualize.
Now, Dr. Mathis, I want to take everything together, what you said. We spoke about the left foot, the path of the bullet. We spoke about the right thigh and the path of that. Judge, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as 1K by stipulation of the parties.
stay exhibit 1K, marked for identification, now becomes stay exhibit 24, Judge.
Judge, permission for
Yes.
the witness and myself to stand over here? Now, Dr. Mathis, can you explain to the jury what this diagram is indicating?
Sure, so this diagram here in the middle is the notes I take during the autopsy. We call it a body diagram sheet, and that's where I'm marking down his hair color, our tattoos, and then I noted where the wounds were, what their size is.
And how did the bullet first enter the body?
How did the bullet first enter the body? So he has an entrance wound on the left foot. That's coming out the back of the left heel region, and he has an entrance wound on the right thigh in the back that's coming out the front of the right thigh.
How is it possible that the way the bullet entered, how is it possible with that angle? How would the victim have had to have been standing for the bullet to enter the way it did?
From the bottom of the foot?
Yes.
So that's bottom of the foot. So to get an entrance wound on the bottom of the foot, the gun has to be under the foot. So if the foot is on the ground, it has to be, I guess, on the upper floor and coming through the ceiling, or the foot has to be in the air in order for it to get go in. So since that scenario doesn't really make sense, the left foot needs to be up in the air in order for it to be facing the barrel of the gun.
Could that be consistent with if the victim was going to try to run, that his foot was up? Would that be consistent?
Yes.
Now, once the bullet enters the left foot and exit, where does it go?
So then it comes out the back of the left foot.
And then where does it go?
Then it's going to continue in the same trajectory along a straight line until it hits something else,
And then can you just,
or just drops to the ground.
and then for the thigh, can you talk about how when it left the foot and it enters the thigh, how that's possible?
So yes, so the same bullet can cause both wounds. It can go from the outer edge of the left foot, the left heel, to the back of the left heel region. And then the foot's up in the air, it can go into the back of the right thigh and out the front. So it goes through the foot and then through the back of the thigh and out the front.
And you're indicating that the record reflects that the witness had his left foot up and his front was facing the judge.
Right, so your right leg has to be forward, your left foot is up, and you could create that pathway.
And your back has to be facing the person who's shooting.
Yes, the back of the foot, yes, but that's where it has to come inside.
Now, Dr. Mathis, looking at the wound tracks, is it possible that a single projectile did this?
Yes, in the way that I just described.
And okay, we're good. Now I want to talk about the internal examination we did. Did you perform an internal examination?
I did.
Okay. And what internal damage did you observe as a result of the gunshot wounds?
So inside the body, his organs, those were all good. I had to do a special dissection on his right thigh to document the injuries going on within the soft tissue. And he had a lot of blood and bleeding in the muscles of his right thigh, in the region of that gunshot wound. And he had holes in his femoral artery and femoral vein.
You mentioned he had holes in his femoral artery and vein. Did the bullet strike or sever those major arteries?
Yes, the bullet struck those arteries.
And now, Dr. Mathis, based on your expertise and experience, would an injury to the femoral artery, such as a gunshot wound, cause rapid or severe blood loss to someone?
It will cause severe blood loss. The blood comes from the heart, is pumping. The femoral artery comes off after the aorta branches into the iliacs. The femoral artery is one of the branches that comes off of the iliac artery, and it supplies blood flow to the rest of the leg. So it's a very important blood vessel, and it will bleed, and you will lose a lot of blood from it.
And are you able to estimate about how quickly a person can lose consciousness or die from such bleeding?
So when we're talking about a femoral artery, it will take longer than, say, if you have a hole in your aorta or a hole in your lung or a hole in your heart. It's a bit downstream, so it can take several minutes. And then there are things that can mitigate it. If you're applying pressure, or if for some reason the muscle tissue is compressed around the wound, anything that's going to apply pressure to that area can slow down the bleeding.
Now, you also mentioned that several things can mitigate that. Let's say, Dr. Mathis, that there was no mitigation, there was no covering or trying to prevent the blood loss. If pressure is not being applied correctly, how fast would the victim take to die from this type of wound?
It can still take several minutes.
And is, based on your knowledge, was that consistent with what happened to the victim in this case?
I don't think there was a long survivability period, but I wasn't aware of that at the time of the autopsy. For us, it didn't matter, but it will take. It's not going to be that you're shot and you suddenly collapse. There is a time period where it will take for the blood to come out of the body, reduce the blood volume so that the heart no longer has enough blood to pump up to the brain to give it the oxygen it needs.
And how is it that the blood is going to come out the body? Is it going to come out rapidly? Is it going to splatter a lot?
Yes, so you have both an arterial bleed and a venous bleed. So the vein is returning blood from the bottom of the foot. That's a low pressure system. It will ooze, or it'll accumulate in the muscular tissue. The artery, on the other hand, each time the heart pumps, blood is going to be spurting out of that artery. If that artery has a clear path out the hole, the exit hole, then you will get blood coming out of that hole, and that's where you see, like in the movies, the arterial spread. If there's not a clear pathway from the hole in the artery because it's blocked by muscle or tissue, then it'll continue to spurt, but it'll come out, it may not come out as a spurt out of the hole when it leaks. It may accumulate in the tissues and then dribble out.
Now I want to talk about toxicology. Was a toxicology test performed on the victim?
Yes.
And what were the results of that test, Dr. Mathis?
I'm just referencing the toxicology report. So in him was detected ethanol, which is beverage alcohol like you'd find in vodka or tequila. He had cocaine. He had metabolites of cocaine, the breakdown products. And he had THC, which is the active ingredient in marijuana.
And how much cocaine was detected in his blood?
He had, according to the report, 0.274 milligrams per liter.
Would you say that's a lot of cocaine, Dr. Mathis, a little bit of cocaine?
It's a healthy amount of cocaine.
And now, based on your experience, Dr. Mathis, what is it that cocaine does to the body or blood?
So cocaine is a stimulant. So it causes your heart to increase. It will increase your blood pressure. It narrows the blood vessels. That's how it increases the blood pressure. And like I said, it makes your heart race. It keeps you, it's an upper.
Based on your exam, Dr. Mathis, did the cocaine contribute to the victim's death?
No.
Why do you say that?
Because he's got a gunshot wound that went through his femoral artery and he's bleeding out, dying from hemorrhagic shock.
Did any of the substances that he had in his blood system contribute to his death?
No.
So I want to talk about the cause and manner of death. Based on your examination, were you able to determine the cause of death?
Yes.
What was it?
That was the gunshot wound of the right thigh.
So how long would it have been, Dr. Mathis, based on your training and experience, it would take someone to bleed out or die from that injury?
Like I said, it can take several minutes.
Were you able to determine the manner of death?
Yes.
What was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Moment to confer, Judge. Dr. Matheson, I want to go back to the external injuries you observed.
Yes,
If the victim was running away, I'm doing this.
Yes.
He's running with his left foot up. If he's doing this, is that consistent with what the shot that you observed, the wounds you observed on his body?
if he's in a running position, yes, the left foot has to be in the air and the right foot has to be forward.
So if he's running away, that's consistent.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about ricocheting. Is it possible that the person who shot the victim shot into the ground and that it went through his left foot and out through his left thigh? Is that possible what you saw here?
I find that extremely unlikely. So when you have a ricochet, when you first fire the weapon, it has all the energy in it. That's why it can make characteristic appearances of gunshot wounds. In this case, the bullet not only went through the shoe, the boot, twice, went in and went out, went through the foot, went through the thigh, in, and came out. That takes a lot of energy. So ricochet's, one, not going to be able to do that, and two, the wound on the back of the thigh would have had to have, if it managed to even get out of the left shoe, which I find very unlikely, that you would have a ricochet that actually can go through the shoe, go through the foot, come out the shoe. When it hits that right thigh, it's not going to have that nice oval wound that you saw. So I can't see this being a ricochet, no.
Now I want to talk about, again, the arteries that were damaged. Is a time delay in the time from the time that the victim was shot, if there was a time delay in calling 911 or having assistance, would that also likely contribute to his death?
So when you have a wound like that, those are devastating injuries that require immediate medical attention. The wound needs to the blood flow needs to be stopped. Basically, you need to put a tourniquet tight around the wound to stop the blood flow into the leg. And then, of course, you're on a clock because the leg's not getting the nutrients it needs, and you would have to amputate. But a femoral artery wound is a devastating injury. So yes, if you don't receive medical attention, you will die quicker.
So if there was a delay in calling 911 or getting assistance or putting a tourniquet on the victim, that's going to speed up the time he dies.
Yes.
Now I want to talk about the drugs in his system.
Yes.
I know you mentioned earlier that those didn't contribute to his death.
Correct.
Would you say, doctor, based on your training and experience, that the drugs slowed down the amount of time it took him to die?
So there are some people who would say, okay, cocaine is a stimulant. So a lot of times when people get shot, they get an adrenaline rush. They may not even feel that they were shot till they look down and they see that they are bleeding. That adrenaline rush, adrenaline is also a stimulant, also causes the heart to beat faster and the blood vessels to constrict, which will increase your pressure. So cocaine as a stimulant could, in fact, actually help the situation because it's causing the blood vessels to be more constricted than they ordinarily would be, which is going to increase his blood pressure, which could theoretically increase his survivability period. But you still have a big hole in your femoral artery, so.
Thank you. Want me to confer, Judge? Yes. No further questions, Judge.
Morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Not to state the obvious, but just to be absolutely clear, we've got 2 entrance wounds and 2 exit wounds on this gentleman.
Correct.
But this is all from one bullet, one shot, correct?
It's consistent with that. So if the circumstances indicate that there's one bullet, one firing, this is the most reasonable way it happened.
There's nothing that you're aware of that would suggest to you or indicate to you that there was more than one shot in this particular instance, correct?
Right. Look, I have 2 through and through wounds. So could they have occurred through 2 separate shots if that's what the scene and the circumstances supported? I'm not going to be able to refute you on that. But my understanding is if there's one shot, one bullet fired, this is how it would occur.
So what we're talking about here is a bullet that went in through this man's heel, came out of another part of his foot, and then went into his leg and came out of another part of his leg. Is that correct?
Yes, the right thigh and then out the front of the right thigh.
How many autopsies have you done?
Probably is 2000.
As best you can recollect, have you ever observed or do you have any knowledge of a single gunshot wound taking that particular trajectory?
I've had single gunshot wounds go through both legs. I've had them go through the arm and the chest, through a foot and then the leg, a foot and then the opposite thigh. One does not come to mind.
You would agree that this is a highly unusual trajectory for one bullet, correct?
I wouldn't say unusual. It makes sense. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's unusual. I would say it's not a pathway we encounter every day.
Okay. Now, when someone has an injury like this man had and aid is being rendered, am I correct that one of the first things you want to do is put a tourniquet on the person's leg?
Yes, you want to mitigate the blood loss. So that's going to be pressure, tourniquet, stop the blood flow from stop the blood flow above the level of the injury.
And that was done in this case, correct? That was administered?
He came in with a tourniquet on, so at some point one was placed on him.
Now, the amount of cocaine that this man had in his system, you testified earlier that it's not part of the cause of death, correct?
That's correct.
However, that amount, it is a potentially lethal amount, is it not?
Any amount of cocaine is technically potentially lethal.
But this amount, this isn't just any amount, this is
a goodly amount, yes.
Okay.
A goodly amount. It's not just a small amount. It's consistent with recreational use. It's not like somebody you see like a body packer or anything like that. But it's not just, sometimes we'll see people, regular cocaine users, and they're probably coming down and they have just a tiny little bit of cocaine coming along for the ride. He's using, yes.
So we're in Miami, there's cocaine in Miami. But this is not just, like you said, not a little bit, this is a rather significant amount of cocaine that this man took, right?
This is recreational use of cocaine. It's not, like I said, it's not the little bit we see with somebody that's coming down. They're in the active phase of using.
Now, am I correct that that when somebody's using cocaine and they use other substances, particularly alcohol, that increases the toxicity of cocaine, correct?
It can, yes.
Okay. That combination, cocaine and alcohol, it produces a metabolite called cocaethylene, correct?
That's correct.
And in your autopsy, you tested for cocaethylene, correct?
Yes.
And he had 0.150 milligrams per liter of cocaethylene in his blood, correct?
Yes.
And when looking at the alcohol, he had 0.108 blood alcohol level, is that correct?
Yes, 0.108 in the ocular fluid, 0.107 in the blood.
So if he had been operating a motor vehicle, he would have been driving under the influence.
Correct.
Because the legal limit in this state is 0.08.
That's correct.
Right, so he had this very high amount of cocaine in his blood, along with this amount of alcohol in his blood, which would have been enough to trigger a DUI had he been driving.
Objection, President, calls for legal conclusion.
Yes.
And he also smoked some weed too, correct?
At some point, he used marijuana. I cannot tell you how he used it, and I cannot tell you when.
Now, doctor, you were asked about whether or not some of these substances delay or could affect how long it takes somebody to bleed out. Can you explain that a little bit more, please?
Yes, so just as I explained before, cocaine is a stimulant, and it, just like the adrenaline rush that will occur when somebody gets an injury, it will increase your blood pressure through constricting your arteries, and it will cause your heart to beat faster.
Now, when someone's shot, do you expect them to necessarily start bleeding out right away, or does it take a few moments before blood starts coming out of somebody's body? I mean, usually.
When they're shot, they'll start bleeding right away. You may not see it on the outside of the body, but trust me, they're bleeding somewhere. So they get shot in the chest. They are bleeding into whatever space is around them. So in the chest, you have a lot of space for the lungs to expand. They're going to bleed into the chest wall. You get shot in the leg, you're going to be bleeding into the muscles, the soft tissues there. Only when the body is in a position where the hole that leads to the outside is lined up with where the blood is, will it come out. So oftentimes we'll get to a scene of murder. They've got a bunch of holes in their chest. There's not really that much blood out. When we start to move the body and we've tipped it, then blood will start coming out of the holes.
So it might take a little bit of time before you start seeing blood dripping and landing on the floor from somebody who's been shot.
Correct. It just depends how the hole lines up with where the blood is accumulating.
So if somebody's walking or running or in any type of movement, they get shot, but they're moving, you might not start to see a blood trail until they've taken a few steps, correct?
Correct.
Now, so you were asked about whether certain things are consistent with your findings. I want to give you a scenario, and you can tell me if it's consistent with what you found. Okay?
Yep.
So let's assume that we have somebody who is very high on cocaine and alcohol and THC. And that person is running around stalking somebody outside their home. Okay?
Yes.
That person is told to leave. They don't leave. At some point, there's a confrontation, and the person is asked again to leave. The person screams and says, "I want to die, I'm ready to die." And then they run towards a house with the intention of breaking into that house, which they have no right to be in. And a person fires a shot in that person's general direction for the sole purpose of getting that person to leave, which they have thus far refused to leave. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
Objection, based on province of the jury. He hasn't finished asking his questions. Let me hear the rest of the question.
Fires a gunshot for the purpose of getting that person to leave, which that person has refused to leave up until that point. Once that gunshot is fired, that person starts to leave. You would not expect that person to immediately bleed onto the ground and show where that person was standing at the time he was shot. Is that correct?
He could be bleeding at that time, or he could start to bleed later. I can't tell you one way or the other.
So if blood droplets are found, say, 15 steps away from a front door, give or take, 15 steps away from that front door, would that, or could that be consistent with somebody running away from that front door after being shot?
So you have the front, they're shot. Are you telling me where the person was shot, or?
So the person's running towards the front door with the intent of breaking into this house, which they've been...
Objection, legal conclusion. Evading the province of the will do so. You can't.
Correct.
Go ahead and enter the
The person was told, leave. I don't want you here. You're not welcome here. Get out.
Okay.
I'm not getting out. You're going to have to kill me. Runs towards the door. Shot is fired for the purpose of getting that person to leave. Shot hits. So let me just ask you again.
Yes, please.
This man is whacked out of his mind on cocaine, alcohol, marijuana. He's been asked to leave. He refuses to leave. He's in a heightened state, very aggressive. Screams, I'm ready to die. I want to die. It's not leaving. It's not welcome in the house. It doesn't have permission to be in the house. Has no license or has no authority, no right to be in that house. He's going to that house, running towards that door. Shots fired for the purpose of getting him to leave, which he has already refused multiple times to do so. Shot goes into his body. Once that happens, he's not going to the house anymore. He's running away. He takes about 15 steps running away from the house, give or take 15 steps before blood starts to drip out and hit the ground. Is that consistent with what you've seen here, with the wounds in this case? Could that have happened?
So you're asking if could he have been shot while still inside the house before leaving?
He didn't get inside the house. He
Okay.
was running towards the front door, is shot, and now the shot is what caused him to abandon his attempt to go into that house.
Okay.
So now he's running away from the house.
Okay.
And he makes it about 15 steps, give or take, 15 steps away from the house before you start seeing a trail of blood on the ground.
Okay.
Is that consistent with this? Does that make sense?
It can happen that way, yes.
Okay.
Like I said, he could start bleeding immediately or it could take several steps to begin to start bleeding.
So the scenario that I just laid out for you, this is not a wildly impossible or unlikely or ridiculous scenario. This is consistent with what you've seen, correct?
Yeah, it's one way it could happen. I can't tell you for sure that he didn't start bleeding for 15 steps. I also can't tell you for sure, he would have started bleeding immediately.
And nobody knows for sure except for the people who would have been there, right?
Correct.
Thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Mathis, you were asked on cross-examination about if a tourniquet was placed on the victim, it would help slow down the bleeding.
If placed tight enough, yes.
You don't know when a tourniquet was placed on the victim in this case, do you?
No.
So if there was a delay in when the tourniquet was placed, would that slow down the bleeding or cause him not to die?
The delay in the tourniquet, he'll be bleeding the entire time until a tourniquet is put on, tightly. So anytime up until that tourniquet is put on, the pressure's not being applied, the wound's going to be bleeding. You may not be able to see it on the outside, but it'll be bleeding on the inside.
So if a person waits 10 minutes to call 911 and the officers then take some time to get there after, would that contribute to the victim's death as well?
Yes.
Now you were asked about the blood coming out, and they're coming out of holes, and it may not bleed at that time, or it may. If a person is running away, would the blood start coming out?
It should, because now you're moving the leg, you're advancing it forward, you're causing manipulation, just like I told you. When we start flipping the body, the blood starts pouring out of the hole. So as you're moving, the blood you should start leaving a blood trail.
You're also asked about hypotheticals, so I want to pose one to you. if a person goes outside, they're on the steps, they pick up a gun, they point it at the victim sees the gun in fear for his life, turns around and runs away, and that person shoots. Is that consistent with what we have here today?
Can you repeat your question?
Yes. A person picks up a gun, aims it at the victim in fear for his life, turns around, runs away, and the person shoots the victim. Is that consistent with what we have here today?
Yes, it could happen that way.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
Judge, we agree, cross on that question.
Yep.
Judge, I would ask them to go sidebar.
I haven't heard anything yet, so not at this time. Go ahead.
You were asked about a victim who's in fear for his life, running away, right?
Yes.
That's the question she just asked. Would you expect somebody who's in fear of their life to say, "I'm ready to die"?
Objection, Judge. Speculation, maybe province of the jury.
Can you answer that question?
I can't.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
I can't. All right, thank you.
Bathroom, yeah, let's go real quick to the bathroom. Ready?
All rise for the
You
jurors.
guys can self-govern while we're in there.
So nothing but the truth? I do.
It's on. I think it's 16. Yeah, 16. Yeah. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yes, my name is Sergio Carmesini,
And where do you work?
the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office,
And what's your title there?
a sergeant at the moment.
How long have you worked at the sheriff's office? Thank you.
I was hired September 16 of 2013,
What unit do you work in currently?
the Homicide Bureau.
And do you have any training or experience on cell phone extractions?
Yes, I do.
Can you please tell the members of the jury what that is, your training and experience there?
Sure. So within my current role within the Homicide Bureau, I'm the supervisor of a specialized unit within the Homicide Bureau. And within that unit, myself as well as some of the detectives that are assigned to me, we've attended various trainings in the areas of digital forensics, specifically cell phones, as well as just general cellular records as well.
And in order to work in that unit, do you have to go through that training?
Yes, in order to conduct the work that we do, there are prerequisite and required trainings.
And I think you already said this already, but specialized training specifically for cell phone extraction, that's something that you have to do?
Yes, so there's a few different trainings in regards to actually conducting the cell phone extractions that I've taken, specifically by a company called Cellbrite, which is the primary, one of the primary softwares that are utilized in conducting these extractions. And with those trainings, they're broken up into a few different areas, but primarily in the actual extracting or downloading the data from a cell phone or an electronic device, and then processing that data that's downloaded as well.
Okay. And generally speaking, how do cases get assigned?
Are you asking in the context of myself or in just a case in
cell phone
general?
extraction, I'm sorry.
So in the case of, or in the circumstance of a cell phone extraction, it could be as simple as the detective, whoever it may be, just picking up the phone and calling and just informing us of whatever assistance they may need.
Okay. And generally speaking, is this, let's say a detective calls you up and says, hey, Sergeant, I want you to extract the phone, or is it randomly assigned?
So within my unit specifically, it's myself and a detective, one other detective that I supervise that has the training and the equipment to conduct that. So within my unit, the phone call would ultimately end with either myself or that other detective.
Now, were you involved in a case PD 220625210513?
Yes, I was.
How did you get involved in that case?
So in that case, I was provided ultimately with 2 cellular telephones to attempt to conduct forensic extractions.
Who provided those to you?
The relevant telephone is from a detective, Daniel Morales.
Now, you said relevant phone. What are you talking about there?
So of the 2 phones that were provided, one of the phones I was able to obtain a full extraction from due to the password being provided. The other phone was an iPhone that was password protected, and the password was not known. And due to the state of the phone, an extraction was not able to be conducted on that other device.
Now, I want to talk about that for a moment. Did you attempt to extract that cell phone?
Yes, I did.
Were you ever able to extract any data from that cell phone?
No.
Okay. Were you ever provided a password to that cell phone?
I was, but it was unsuccessful.
Okay. Now, when that detective got you the phone or gave you possession of that phone, was that with a warrant or did you just unlock it yourself?
No, it was the device with the accompanying property receipt as well as the search warrant.
Now, how do you identify a phone that you are going to extract?
Well, depending on how it's provided, but typically in an instance where a search warrant is provided, it would be whatever is identifying features are explained in the search warrant, and that then in conducting a physical review of the device to ensure that it's the correct device that accompanies the legal process.
Now, after you confirm that you have the correct phone, what do you do, if anything?
So typically you take that device and you just do a visual of it, ensure that it's working, that it's powered on, and then from there take it to a specialized equipment and then begin the extraction of that device.
Okay. Can you explain to the members of the jury what a Faraday room or Faraday box is?
Yes. So pretty much think of it as a large room that any signal cannot get into. So if you were to take your phone inside, it would be completely shielded from any Wi-Fi, any cellular, or any sort of connection that could communicate with the phone. So it isolates it completely from any sort of outside signal.
Okay. And generally speaking, does data change on the phone?
It can, yes.
Okay. How does it change, or is there anything to stop it from changing?
So with any cell phone, there's always going to be things that change on the phone just by the way that phones work. There's always things happening in the background. There's always applications that are open, and there's always things that are continually evolving. That doesn't mean that the files themselves change, but there are additional files and additional logs and records that occur just with the phone being on.
Now, I know that we talked about this briefly, but once you plug a phone into a computer, what happens with that? Do you download the phone? How do you go about that? Is there a program?
Yes, so in this case, I utilized a piece of equipment manufactured by a company called Graykey. And with that, after unlocking the phone and connecting it to the equipment, it downloads a full extraction of the entire file contents within a phone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So essentially, you can think of a phone as a library and the contents being the individual sections. So that equipment takes and it stores and copies all of the contents that are on that phone.
Once a phone is actually extracted, do you do anything to verify the data that was on the phone that you properly extracted it?
Yes. So upon all of the data being downloaded, there is a process that's called a generating of a hash. And a hash is pretty much consider a digital fingerprint that can be run or compared against any file. And if just one bit of information, the most minute thing changes, there's going to be a different value that's generated. So that's a way that once that extraction is complete, the state of the extraction and the data that was downloaded can be verified that it is the same and that is continuously the same and does not change.
Let's talk specifically about when you first extracted this phone. Did you do that and confirm that the data that was extracted was the same data that was on my phone?
So the hash initially is generated automatically in the process of extracting the phone. And then when I take that data and upload it to a second software, which actually interprets the data, a hash is generated again and compared to the initial one, verifying that that it is in fact the same data and that what was utilized to generate a report is from the same contents.
Okay. And once that phone actually is extracted, what do you do with that data? Do you give it to somebody? Do you keep it yourself?
Yes. So after uploading it into secondary software that actually takes that file from the phone and turns it into something that you can read, I generate a report and provide that over to the detective to review the contents.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Judge, permission to retrieve evidence and permission to publish? Thank you. Detective, I do not know if you can see how my screen here because it's a little small, but can you tell us what we're actually looking at right here?
So this is what's going to be called a Cellbrite reader, and this is it's the end product, so to speak, of what the extraction and the data contained within the phone ultimately, how it ultimately appears.
Now, you mentioned a moment ago that there was a phone that was provided to you by Detective Danny Morales. Is that this data?
Yes. So the case number, there's going to be a case number there at the top left, and that's going to be the digital forensics unit case number that was assigned for the extraction of that specific device.
I want to show you a few specific points from this phone.
You need to step down.
Thank you, Judge.
So, Detective, if you actually, can you just tell us right here what the date and time that this, where it says created?
Hold on a second, maybe you need to reposition yourself and reposition yourself.
So for this particular file, June 25th, 2022, 3:06 a.m.
Okay, and we see that this video is how long?
6 minutes and 57 seconds.
And we
I'm
see.
sorry, I hate to interrupt. Is this in evidence?
Yes,
Do you have to mark it?
it's already in evidence. It's been moved yesterday.
Oh, what number was it?
16.
16. Okay, so remember, folks, this is in evidence. So if you need to look at it in the future as you deliberate, it is accessible to you. Go ahead.
So we see how long is this video?
6 minutes and 57 seconds.
And if you tell me what the timestamp is right here,
It's at the 6 minute and 7 second mark.
and we see an individual right here. So at 6 minutes, 7 seconds after 3:06, can you generally tell us what time that is?
Right about 3:12, 3:13 a.m.
So this video would have been created, or this portion of this video would have been about 3:12, 3:13, you said?
Yes.
Let me just publish this video. Can you tell us the date and time that this video was created?
June 24th, 2022 at 10:37.
And we see a vehicle and two individuals?
Yes,
Okay, and this would have been earlier in that evening?
yes, the previous day.
Let me publish this video now. Now, finally, we have this one. Can you tell us the date and time that this video was created?
June 24th, 2022, at 1:43 p.m.
And so again, that 306 video that we saw, this was earlier in that evening as well?
Yes.
I'll publish this video. So I want to go back and actually look at a few more things here. Let me open up the follow-up things. Detective, I want to bring your attention to these two items under 13 and 14. Can you tell us number 14 what it says?
It's going to be an outgoing call, marked or dialed to 9911.
And can you tell us the date and timestamp there?
June 25th, 2022, at 3:21 and a couple seconds a.m. in the morning.
And right above it, number 13, can you tell us what that call is?
So same, just 1 9 less, and it's also going to be an outgoing call.
So it's fair to say that's a call to 911 emergency services?
Yes.
And the date and time on that?
June 25th, 2022, 3:21 a.m. almost 3:22.
The first video that we saw, that first timestamp was at 3:06 a.m. and it was 6 minutes long, give or take.
Yes.
And you testified earlier that that means with that timestamp of when we saw an individual walking in front, that was about 3:11, 3:12, 13. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And obviously 3:21 is a 10-minute delay.
About.
Let me move on here, and I'm going to scroll down to the bottom of this video where it says social media. Can you just tell the members of the jury what these two things are right here?
So the first one would be Facebook, and the usage of just the Facebook application, and then go to TikTok, another social media application.
Sorry, Facebook and TikTok are social media in fact?
Yes.
Let me ask you about Instagram. Is Instagram also a social media account?
Yes, Instagram is actually currently owned by Facebook.
Okay, if you could tell us what we're looking at right here.
So this is going to be within the user accounts section of the phone extraction, where it's going to categorize, just generally speaking, any accounts that were on the phone. Not limited just to social media, but any email accounts, social media accounts, things like that are going to be categorized in this section. And this one specifically is a Instagram account that had been utilized on this cell phone.
Okay, and this, excuse me, this Instagram account would have been utilized on this phone?
Yes.
Meaning that this is this person's Instagram account?
I'm sorry, Ask it again?
This Instagram account would be belonging to this phone or have been accessed by this phone?
Yes, this is indicative of that account having been utilized on that specific device.
And if you could just publish the image to the jury of that right there.
Daisy, great, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Let's see if there's any process on it.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Your excuse. Thank you. All right, folks, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break now. Let's come back so that we're ready to start right at 2 o'clock. So I'm giving you an hour and 15 minutes to plan to eat and also travel time. There should be less foot traffic in the building today. We don't have more jurors obviously on Fridays. These are my instructions about ignoring the parties as well as the sleep, if you bump into them in the hallways, etc. Please don't talk about this case among yourselves, and please do not do any research about this case. If you become aware of any violations to the orders that I remind everyone every day, please bring it to my attention as well as my daily notes. He will take your notes, just like he's been doing all week, and he'll tell you where to meet him so that we can reconvene and start talking at 2 o'clock.
Third floor, please. All rise for the jurors.
All right, jury has left. What Clemency just testified to, the jury can't take it back with them, right?
Well, so this is her phone. What we can do is Mr. Tomas and I can sit down and agree on certain items to put into a demonstrative to send back to the jury. Because obviously there are stuff on this phone that cannot go back. It will obviously be dependent on cross-examination and rebuttal, because there are text messages I intend to publish to the jury from this phone on cross and potentially rebuttal as well. But we can sit down and come to
Okay, cross that bridge once you get there. If you guys don't do that, that's not possible. They just ask to see certain items and then we just publish.
Yeah.
In open court.
Yeah.
All right. Should we come back in about 45 minutes? I'll give everyone a 45-minute lunch break. We'll come back at 1:30 and then we'll go over the statement. Does that work?
We just received it. If you could tell me when.
Yes, Your Honor, it's an hour, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds.
So we should be able to rest today.
All right, fair enough. I just want to make sure that you show the areas that are agreed upon for the redactions, the areas that are not agreed upon for the redactions at 1:30 when we come back. I can give you my ruling.
Sure.
But it seems like it's 90–95% of them, the parties are agreed, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And,
I actually don't think there are any disagreements. I'm sorry.
we're not going to be using any written transcripts for them to follow along.
No, unfortunately, as I mentioned to the court in an email yesterday, Mr. Tomas, the vendor, for whatever reason, did not provide a full transcript. The only thing that we were able to do was generate an AI transcript.
Yeah, look, it is what it is. I think at the end of the day, unless it's an agreed upon official transcript, they always rely on the evidence that they're reviewing, right?
Yes.
That's the default instruction. So, okay. Mr. Tomas, unless you agree that this AI generated one can be used as demonstrative, they shall rely on their memory. I'm sorry, oral statement. If you want, we can show them these, the AI generated transcripts. If you agree it can be used as an aid, I'll let you tell me that at 1:30.
Your Honor, one of the issues I'd like to raise with that is that that doesn't have the appropriate redactions to match up
Oh, I
with the
see.
video.
All right, then forget that idea. All right, so we'll just look at the video, and, so we'll come back at 1:30, okay? Actually, why don't we do, we'll come back at 1:35, so everyone can have the full 45 minutes. 1:35. My meeting's still open?
1:35? Or
Yeah,
45?
1:35.
1:35, all right.
1:35, sorry. Okay, opportunity.
That was actually being made right now. That's the only portion that has not been discussed.
But it is being redacted.
Yes, sir.
How are you all going to redact it in time? Like,
We're doing it right now.
So what?
are you able to do it from there?
no, Judge, but we're asking.
It's gonna take some time anyway for me to get to the point in time with Detective Jurors, so we can figure that part out. And then, I did inform Mr. Tomas there's a jail call that a portion of it I intend to introduce. It is entirely relevant to phase 2. The entirety of it, of that call, it kind of talks about the prior convictions in that call.
What do you mean phase 2?
Should the defendant be found guilty, we would then do a enhancement portion of this, as noted, the state filed its notice of enhanced penalties. In this case, which the jury will have to make the determination whether or not the defendant is a habitual offender. This call is entirely relevant to that because she talks about her prior convictions. The portion that I want to elicit in testimony for during Detective Norris's testimony is a portion of time in which the defendant, there's conversations about what essentially she is facing, that there was a conversation about 15 years, and she says the prosecutor changed their mind and they said no, 25 years. The defendant says, well, if I would have known that, I would have chopped up that motherfucker and spread them all around Florida.
Let's just go with this right now. Why would I let the jury hear that she admits to the crimes?
No, I'm not introducing that portion. Like I said, the only portion that I'm intending to introduce for this portion of the testimony is what I just said. If I knew how much time I was facing, I would have done this. The reason that I want to introduce that is because, number one, it goes directly to her intent and will directly refute the statement that I'm about to introduce as well, that this was a mistake, that this was a misunderstanding, that she was protecting herself. This goes directly to that, and specifically elements 3, I think, of this crime that is depraved mind that goes directly to this.
That's on the jail.
Yes.
Okay, what's your response?
So Judge, this jail, I don't know exactly when it was, but it's my understanding that it was, what, in the last month?
Last couple weeks.
Last couple weeks. So we've got that, a lot of time has passed. She's talking about what she's facing. So, first of all, this conversation, this very small part of a 15, 20-minute conversation, I would submit that it's far more prejudicial than probative. I don't think it's probative of anything, but if the court were to allow it, then it opens the door for her to explain her state of mind and why she said it. And if you do that, then we're talking about, well, facing life. This other guy got 25 and he was charged with a lot more.
I don't have an objection to that.
Said that in jest, things of that nature. So I think it just opens up for a lot of problematic issues.
I don't have an objection to her talking about that. About the time that she's facing and the state of mind in which she said.
You don't have a problem.
I have zero problem.
I have a huge problem with that.
Judge, there's no pending.
When I use the word liberty
Yep.
in front of the jury, why did I go through that? And I use that very diplomatic, neutral word instead of prison, minimum mandatories, enhancement.
We talked about that during voir dire, that they would not be a part of the sentencing phase. Your Honor brought it up. I brought it up. I forget the gentleman who mentioned that something about how he would be uncomfortable sitting in judgment of it because he could potentially be taking somebody's life away. And then we discussed that this was not a capital case, that she is not facing the death penalty,
So
etc.
why would I now allow them to hear what she's potentially facing?
Judge, I'm not making. Nobody has made a motion of limine to limit that portion of this case. Normally, the state brings that up in a motion of limine because it is inflaming the passions of the jury to say, well, this woman's life is in your hand, and if you convict her, she's facing this. I do not have a problem, and I am not making a motion in limine to limit that. I don't think that it would be a compelling closing argument to make, but regardless of that, this call is, number one, a business record. Number two, it is the defendant's statement, so it's not being introduced for the truth of the matter asserted, for a statement by party opponent as well as a business record. So it's admissible as such. And then number two, the reason that it's more probative than prejudicial is because, again, element 3 of this crime is that the defendant committed this act with a depraved mind, which goes directly to this case. the defense's argument, theory of the case, I'm introducing her statement in which she says this is self-defense. Mr. Tomas, during a number of different testimonies, has elicited the testimony, especially with Dr. Mathis, about how the victim was charging at the defendant, screaming at the top of his lungs. I think during opening statement, he said this was a guttural, vicious, almost demonic statement that the victim made, which Ms. Link, in this jail call, in this portion of the jail call, and it's about 30 seconds, says, well, if I knew how much time I was facing, I would have chopped him up and spread him all around Florida. The reason why that's so important is because she says this was an accident. She didn't mean to do this. This wasn't her intention. This goes directly to that and the depravity of her mind at the point in time that this crime was committed. I have zero problem with Ms. Link when she testifies, because I think we're all on the same page here that she is going to be testifying. I have zero problem with her explaining that call, and she should.
Okay, your request is denied. It is highly inflammatory, highly irrelevant. It happened 3 years after she was arrested. The context of which she's making that statement is during a breakdown of plea negotiations. It's also not connected in any way temporally to the commission of the crime or any statements she made post-Miranda.
Well, Judge,
it's also more, nope, pleadings are closed, no more argument. You started first, he went second, you're going third, and that's it. It's also more prejudicial than probative. That's my ruling.
I understand your ruling. I just want to put two things on the record. Number one, during the court's ruling right now, I can see it on the computer screen. Ms. Link is rolling her eyes every time I open my mouth. I would ask the court to admonish Ms. Link once again. I know that we had a conversation sidebar about that in the next of kin. I think that this is becoming a feature of what Ms. Link is doing during this trial and trying to, I don't know, get her 15 minutes of fame. And number two, I think this goes directly to the defendant's consciousness of guilt, of what he would have done.
Thank you. You have asked, sir. Ms. Link, I cannot go in the mind of the jury. I think they're paying attention. I think they're dedicated. The fact that they're here early almost every day and they come back for lunch, we've been doing the case, not them. You're not allowed to make any facial expressions. I already said it before. This is a tragedy all around. You're allowed to be emotional. You have to control it. Because I literally told the next of kin through Mr. Gurita that I could see their emotions, and I asked him to have them limit their emotions. It was cumulative over a few-day period. I haven't been looking at you. I don't know if you're rolling your eyes or anything of that nature. I know that you got emotional when the body-worn camera was played, just about everyone did. But the jury needs to decide this case based on the evidence and not from any outside influence. It's actually in your best interest to control any facial expressions you may be doing, because if they don't like what they're seeing and they don't tell me, I don't know what's in their heart, and I don't know what's in their mind. Does that make sense?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
So just the only other thing that I wanted to inquire about is the order that you were able to get a certified copy of. Can I use that, or do we need to get like an original from the?
I don't have an objection to the introduction. I still think that the court needs to take judicial notice that a termination of parental rights does not exist in this
You have an
case.
objection to me doing that. I think I was inclined to do that.
That's fine, and I would seek to admit that order as a certified document.
I have no objection.
He has no objection to that.
All right.
Yeah. But
Perfect.
you realize that what you gave us is not a termination of parental rights.
Yes, I didn't use the word terminate. I said he lost his rights, and that's actually true. He has a pathway to get his rights back, but he would need to get drug treatment, which the order says he hasn't, and he would need to curb his domestic violence, which the order says he hasn't, and we already know from what happened that wasn't happening. So Ms. Link was the custodial parent, and his rights were limited to Zoom calls that were completely at her discretion, and one visit a month supervised with his mother, who did not live in the state.
So if we do play back the record, Mr. Tomas did say that his rights were limited.
I didn't say terminate, I said lost.
All right, fair enough. All right, fair enough. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and what that document actually showed. since it's a document that my JA was able to get from the Bearcats JA over in the dependency/juvenile division, I think the state is satisfied. It is a business record, and I would take judicial notice that there's
I'm gonna give you a couple of them.
order terminating his parental rights. It seems like Mr. Tomas, what we have is an order limiting his parental rights, correct?
Yes.
Limiting.
If I could just have a moment to step outside to inform my officer.
We can go off record for a few minutes.
This is the other one. This is the order.
While he does that, state orders back here. 2.2, can you look to see? Mr. Tomas, can you pull 2.2 from the jury instruction on edited recording?
I'm gonna step outside and give him a call. Mr. Alcala is going to play a portion of Mr. Tomas's opening where he says that the victim has no right to see the kids. And I believe that Mr. Leon has an argument with me.
Well, hold on, we're starting with the next witness. I don't have to revisit anything regarding.
No, I understand, but this is part of the court law.
I understand, you can revisit it later on.
That doesn't have to be right now, we want access to the court and the record to revisit for the case law.
What case law?
Well, Judge, that's what I'm.
Right, so I'm not gonna play this back and forth where I am, Mr. Brigida, you want our case law, you wanna bring it up, it's not relevant to the next witness, right?
It's part of it.
Part of this next witness?
Yes, this is.
Okay. How am I going to now look at this case law without reading it first?
Well, Judge, so what we're asking, Judge, is once we have the case law, we'll have it printed, and we're asking for access to the record to make arguments specifically on the court's ruling that the jail call is not court didn't allow the jail call.
The jail call, where she talks about her prison sentence that she's facing?
Judge, it goes to consciousness of guilt. If I can I make
No,
arguments to court?
no, we're done on this. Mr. Brigida started the argument. I went to the defense, I went back to Mr. Brigida, I allowed him some leeway after I ruled. But as far as I was concerned, the pleadings on that issue were closed. I'm not allowing access to the record. We're gonna be in trial 2 days next week, file your motion for reconsideration. Thank you.
Understood, Judge.
All right, this next witness's name is Detective Jurors. I'm gonna bring him back in. I'm gonna bring him, let's go.
The statement.
Marcus.
For what it's worth, the jury's been outside for 11 minutes for over. And I know I was 10 minutes late, but these are issues that are being brought up in the middle of the trial. So let's just try to streamline it so that we don't waste the jury's time.
No, it's not sorry, just with the getting to work. No, don't worry about it.
All right, Mr. Jurors. All 9 bills are accounted for.
All right, all jurors are accounted for, the lawyers are still present, I'll see it, thank you. This should be the last witness for the day. It's Sergeant
No,
Melanie,
Detective Melanie Denars.
Detective Melanie Diaz.
This is messed up. Right. This is messed up. Yeah, thank you.
I didn't get the name of it.
Melanie Jurors, she's all
Raise your right hand, you sign to affirm that the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I did.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Detective Melanie Jurors.
And where do you work?
I work in the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
I've been there now for 8 years.
And what department do you work in?
I'm currently assigned to the Homicide Bureau.
And can you just briefly walk us through your training and experiences?
When I started, I was on road patrol in our South District. After a year and a half, I became a field training officer. So I would train the new recruits that would graduate the academy. After some time doing that, I was transferred over to the Homicide Bureau in 2021.
Were you working in your capacity as a police officer on June 25th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Now, how did you first become involved in this case?
I was contacted by Detective Danny Morales, who advised that there was a homicide that occurred in the city of Homestead, and I was requested to respond.
Did he advise you who found the victim?
He told me that the victim was found by his wife.
Okay. And did he advise you what, if any, injury he was suffering?
He had a gunshot wound to the leg.
Okay. Are you aware if the victim was declared deceased on scene?
I believe he was.
Did you arrive to the scene?
Yes, I did.
Was that seen at 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, 33030?
Yes, it was.
Is that a Miami-Dade County?
That is with the Miami-Dade County.
Okay. When you first arrived on scene, who, if anyone, did you make contact with?
I made contact with my supervisor, Sergeant Jason Waite.
And what, if anything, did he advise you of?
He advised me that Detective Joseph Cruz would be the lead investigator on the case.
Now, before we move on, can you explain how homicide teams actually work?
Yes, so we are a team consisting of one supervisor who's a sergeant, and we have between 3 to 5 detectives on that team. When we are assigned a homicide investigation, there's always going to be one detective that's the lead investigator. And because the multitude of the cases and the amount of work that needs to be done in a homicide investigation to be thorough, the whole team will assist and handle different leads that are assigned by the lead investigator.
Now, you said that the lead investigator in this case was Detective Cruz, correct?
Yes.
Now, are you making decisions on your own, or is he giving you assignments?
No, all decisions are made by Detective Cruz. Prior to me making any decision, I would advise Detective Cruz what I came across, what I have, and at that point, he will guide me in what he would want me to do.
So it's fair to say that everything you learned, Detective Danny Morales, Detective Suyapa Hubbard, everything that they learned is flowing to Detective Cruz?
Yes.
So that he can make a decision on what to do?
Yes.
Now, did you speak to Detective Cruz on scene?
Yes, I did.
Were you given a brief on the investigation and facts as he had them on scene?
Yes.
Did he make any requests of you?
He requested that I respond with him to headquarters to interview Miss Daisy Link.
Okay. Did you respond to headquarters that day?
Yes, I did.
And was that to potentially interview the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the point in time that the defendant was transported to headquarters, was she a subject of the investigation?
No.
Why not?
She was merely a very important witness. She was also the wife of our victim, which is very important for us because we believe she would have very relevant information as to what the victim was doing prior to him being shot, if he had any enemies or anything of that sort.
Did you believe it was a good idea to bring her in?
Yes.
Now, when you first got to headquarters, is that where she was brought in for an interview? Is that recorded in any way?
Yes, it's video and audio recorded.
Okay. And everything that happens in that room is going to be captured, more or less?
Yes.
Now, when you first interacted with the defendant in the interview room, did you contact anyone to assist you?
Yes, I contacted our Crime Scene and Evidence Bureau so they can have an investigator respond.
Why did you do that?
to take pictures, and also she had clothes that was full of blood. I didn't want her sitting in the interview room for a long period of time in clothes that had blood that was potentially her husband's. So I wanted to make sure I could get her to change and photograph her before that.
Can you explain what the defendant's demeanor was like when you were first interacting with her at headquarters?
She's very defensive during that interaction.
Did she say anything to you?
She said, and not exact quoting, but something along the lines of...
Objection, speculation.
Just the words she said, okay? So the objections overruled.
Why was I treating her as a person that shot the victim?
Okay. In your mind, were you treating her as the person who shot the victim?
No, I simply wanted her to get out of bloody clothing that she had on.
Did you attempt to give her clothing?
I did.
When you attempted to give her those clothing, what was her reaction?
Excuse my language, but she said, I'm not going to put that shit on.
Did you offer her anything to eat or drink at that point in time?
I did multiple times.
Did she accept?
No.
Showing defense counsel has been pre-marked for identification purposes. Permission to move into evidence, Your Honor. Absent objection.
Stay exhibit 2C, marker identification, now becomes stay exhibit 25, Judge.
While at headquarters, other than interviewing Ms. Link or attempting to interview Ms. Link, did you do anything else? Thank you.
Yes, I did. I documented a body search warrant.
What is a body search warrant?
A body search warrant is a warrant to gather DNA, clothing, and this particular incident was for the DNA and the clothing.
Okay. What DNA and what clothing?
It was going to be for Ms. Link's DNA and for her clothing.
Okay, we briefly talked about this yesterday, but can you explain to us what the process is of obtaining a warrant?
Yes, so us as detectives, we document a statement of facts, which is the facts that are known to us at the time of us writing that search warrant. Once we type that, we submit it to our supervisor who reviews it. Once our supervisor is done reviewing it, we will submit it to a state attorney. The state attorney determines whether or not we have enough probable cause to move forward with that warrant. Once they determine that we do, we submit that warrant to a judge who gives a final approval on it.
Okay. And was a warrant for Ms. Link's DNA approved in this case?
Yes.
Was that executed as well?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, at that point in time, after doing the body warrant, what, if anything, did you do next?
Fingerprint.
Fingerprinting who?
Miss Link.
If Ms. Link was not a subject at this point in time, why were you fingerprinting her?
Because we were made aware that she did touch the victim at that time when she found him. So we wanted to make sure we did have her fingerprints in the instance we had to rule it out and use it for that case.
Okay. Was she under arrest at this point?
No.
Was she a subject at that point?
No.
Now, if she wasn't a subject, she wasn't an arrest, why are you fingerprinting her?
In case we found fingerprints that she mentioned about touching the subject, his property that was on him. So we find fingerprints, we have to submit those fingerprints for testing in case it could have been someone else that touched the phone. So having her fingerprints will help us in ruling out, okay, these are Ms. Link's fingerprints, and we know that these are her fingerprints because she did touch the victim at the time.
Now, to be clear, the defendant does not have to speak to you at any point, correct?
Correct.
When you were fingerprinting her, were you prompting her to speak to you?
No.
Did she ever speak to you while she was being fingerprinted?
She did.
What, if anything, did she say to you?
She said, I did not mean to kill him.
Okay. What did you say to her in response?
I advised her to please stop talking. That if she wanted to speak to me, we would have to go into the interview room, go over her rights. And at that point, we can determine whether or not she really wanted to speak to me. But I did tell her multiple times to not speak to me.
Can you explain to the jury what Miranda rights are?
Yes, it is a form that we use and it explains the right to individuals that they have a right to not, they don't need to speak to us, whether they want an attorney present or not, and that pretty much a little summary of what they're the right to.
Okay. Judge, by stipulation of the party, the state moves into evidence what's been pre-marked for identification purposes is 2D.
All right, go ahead, Ray.
State Exhibit 2D, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 26.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm using a demonstrative which is pre-marked for identification purposes 1J. I know this is very far and the writing is small, so I'll read it. And if I could have that as well. 26? Thank you. So detective, I'm going to put this in front of you real quick and use the same form here. The top of this, is this the Miranda form that you read to Ms. Link, or Ms. Link read?
Yes.
Okay, let's start at the top. Before you are asking questions, you must understand the following rights. Let's start at number 1. You have the right to remain silent, and you do not have to talk to me if you do not wish to do so. You do not have to answer any of my questions. You understand that right? There's a yes, there is a no. There what appears to be a D and L next to yes. Whose initials are those?
Miss Link's.
Okay, so she responded yes to that question?
Yes.
Number 2, should you talk to me, anything which you might say may be introduced into evidence and court against you. You understand that right? There's a yes, there's a no. Again, a DL on yes. Is that Miss Link's initials?
Yes.
And she initialed yes?
Yes.
Number 3, if you want a lawyer to be present during questioning at this time or any time hereafter, you are entitled to have the lawyer present. Do you understand that right? Again, yes, no. Again, initials. Is that Miss Link's initials?
Yes.
Miss Link understood that right?
Yes.
Number 4, if you cannot afford to pay for a lawyer, one will be provided for you at no cost if you won't. Do you understand that right? Yes, no. Again, a DL. Miss Link understood that right?
Yes.
Those are her initials?
Yes.
Knowing these rights, are you willing to answer my questions without having a lawyer present? Yes, no. Again, DL. Miss Link's initials?
Yes.
Miss Link understood that right?
Yes.
She agreed to speak to you?
Yes.
Did you threaten her in any way?
No.
This statement is signed of my own free will without any threats or promises having been made to me. There's a signature of the date and time. That date is 6/25/2022, and the date appears to be, it's either 4 or 6:22 p.m. Is that correct?
4:22 p.m. Yes.
Okay, and whose signature is that?
Miss Link's.
And on the left-hand side of this, I have, it says advising officer. Who was the advising officer?
That was me.
And can you tell us the rest of it? It says 6/25/22 with what appears to be 6567 above it?
That's my badge number.
Okay. And then right underneath it, there's a witness, J. Cruz.
Yes, that's Detective Joseph Cruz.
Thank you very much. I can take that. Now, I want to briefly talk about the defendant's statement. What, if anything, did she tell you? Just briefly.
She told me that her and the victim were involved in an argument.
Judge, I would object best evidence from what we're going to hear this.
Oh, this is a summary, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And states it planning on introducing the statement?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, here, let me ask you this. Did she advise that she knew who the victim was?
Did she, at the time of the interview, did she advise that she knew who the victim was?
Yes.
Yes, she did.
Who did she say the victim was?
Her husband.
And that would be Pedro Jimenez?
Yes.
Did she advise of any domestic violence between her and Pedro Jimenez, in which Mr. Jimenez was the aggressor?
Yes.
Did she also advise of any domestic violence, prior domestic violence, where she was the aggressor?
Yes.
Did she also advise you of an incident that happened a few days prior?
Yes.
In which Mr. Jimenez, she claimed pistol whipped her?
Yes.
Did she advise that she picked up Mr. Jimenez that day?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
That she responded to one of his friend's house because it was getting late to go pick him up.
Did she say if he threatened her at that point?
No.
Did she say that he had any weapons on him?
No.
Or him?
No.
And she said she went and picked him up on her own volition?
Yes.
Did she say whether or not he asked her to pick her up?
No.
Did she ever tell you about any conversations that they were having that night?
Yes.
And what was that conversation about?
Conversations about the victim making allegations that Miss Link cheated on him.
Did Miss Link deny that to the victim?
In the beginning, yes.
Okay. Did she advise a little later on about what continued to transpire that night?
Yes.
And what was that?
They continued to argue about the same situation until eventually Miss Link advised the victim that she did cheat on him.
And did Miss Link advise that the defendant had left at that period of time before she admitted to the infidelity?
Yes.
Did Miss Link advise if she had a firearm?
Yes.
And at what point in time did she say she had the firearm?
She was looking for the victim, didn't know where he was at. She grabbed the firearm from inside and then sat outside to smoke a cigarette.
And so the victim was nowhere to be found at that point in time?
No.
Did she say why she grabbed the firearm?
She believed that by grabbing the firearm, it would instill fear in him from confronting her.
Even though he wasn't around?
Yes.
Did she say if the victim showed up later on?
Yes.
And what happened there, did she say?
They continued to argue. The victim at one point pushed her, which is when she grabbed the firearm. As soon as she grabbed the firearm, the victim began to run away from her. She says that he was running to lock her out of the house. And in order to stop him from locking her out of the house, she discharged the firearm.
Did she say that she was in fear for her children?
No.
Did she say she was in fear for her safety?
No.
Did she merely say that she didn't want to be locked outside?
Yes.
Did Ms. Lincoln advise what, if anything, happened to that firearm?
Judge, at this point, I'd ask best evidence rule, we can hear.
Sustain. Moving on to summary.
Did you ask Ms. Link to draw anything for you?
Yes.
And why'd you do that?
For me to better understand where she was when she discharged the firearm for purposes of attempting to locate a casing on scene.
Okay, state now moves into evidence which has been pre-marked for identification purposes as 1B. 2B, I'm sorry.
State Exhibit 2B, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 27.
And that's my stipulation, right?
Yes, sir.
And I also have a demonstrative of this. Detective, if you don't mind just taking this from me, I'm going to give you a couple of markers here. Truthfully, just use whichever one works a little better. Thank you. Or both. If you don't mind just holding that up for the jury. What exactly are we looking at here?
So here we're looking at the street, and these are two duplexes. This one in particular is a duplex where Ms. Link and the victim resided.
Okay, and this is the drawing that Ms. Link made?
Yes.
Okay, can you just walk us through exactly what Ms. Link told you about this and mark where she was standing and where the victim was standing?
Yes, so she says she was sitting here on the porch where the staircase is. The gun was directly next to her. The victim was standing here in front of her.
And there is a circle at the top of it. What was that?
This is what she said. The victim ran towards this way, and she shot the firearm when she was approximately by this circle.
Okay. And there's like a little line right next to that as well. What's that?
That's where the victim continued to run.
Okay. Did you find a casing ever?
I did not.
Do you know if anyone found a casing for this firearm?
To my knowledge, nobody did.
Now, while on scene, and I would move to preserve. This is a demonstrative.
So we want to do that.
Just preserve it for closing.
Sure.
Now, while all this is happening, you're interviewing Ms. Link. Are officers still on scene at that 1237 address?
Yes.
Why?
They are still conducting their part of the investigation, which is the scene, the body, whatever portion everybody was assigned. Sorry. They were documenting they were documenting the scene, the body. They were still conducting their investigation on scene.
Are you aware if canine officers responded to the scene?
Yes, they did.
Are any other detectives on scene as well?
Yes, our homicide detectives are on scene.
And that would have been Danny Morales, Yapa Hubbard, whatever other officers were on scene?
Yes.
And are you guys speaking while you're interviewing the defendant?
Yes.
Why are you doing that?
They're relaying information that they're finding on scene that's relevant for us in case they have any questions that they need us to ask Ms. Link.
What, if anything, did they tell you was going on scene?
They found a
It goes to state of mind, effect on listener as well.
They advised me that they discovered a Ring video camera footage where Ms. Link made a statement on it.
That's all.
Yeah.
Permission to publish evidence previously submitted, Your Honor? Now that video that we just watched as a portion of State's Exhibit 16, is that the video that was relayed to you?
Yes.
And did you relay that video to Ms. Link?
Yes.
What was her reaction to that?
She said that she did not say that.
Now, do you know when exactly, or a rough estimate of when that incident occurred?
That was approximately 10 minutes prior to the 911 call.
Okay, so there was a 911 call in this case as well.
Yes.
Did officers learn who made that 911 call?
Yes.
Who made that 911 call?
Ms. Link.
And permission to publish, what's the name?
We can just sign real quick.
What's the 911 call exhibit number? I don't know. Can you tell me the exhibit number for 911? One. Playing now State's Exhibit 1.
Saturday, June 25, 2022, 03:21 and 57 seconds.
Are you ready for anything to fire? What is the working date?
I don't know why I just hear a guy screaming and then just go everywhere.
Okay, so how long are we going to check traffic walk to see where you are?
Okay.
Do you know what happened to them? Yeah, how long was he? Is he awake and breathing? And the place here at 1300 1858 711.
Are you in Homestead now?
Yes, I know that.
What is the phone number you're calling from?
36, 42, 9539.
7656295939. Correct.
Before we move on with the rest of the call, that phone number, whose phone number was that?
That I don't know.
Did Daisy Link give you her cell phone number?
She did during the interview. She did.
I mean, they also released on the line as well. Violence is already confirmed. Do you know what part of his body was injured or?
I think it's in right there.
Does he have a clean dry cloth or towel or blood pressure? So where he's bleeding from? I know that is a funny day for me. The address is Via Mapping. She was, the address is 1300 West 153. She's alleged that she found a male down on the floor, bleeding all over. And curious to see if she can look and see where his blood, the blood is coming from. She says, okay, I know what happened. I have her on the line.
And do you have the contact certificate?
She's calling for 786-562-9539.
And where are you sitting today?
I'm in position 1502.
And what about, and what about you, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah.
Ma'am? Ma'am?
Hello?
Okay, you said it looks like you saw the alleyway?
He didn't. He's in the alley.
Is he still breathing?
He's breathing. He's saying that he can't breathe.
Okay. About how old do you think he is?
I don't know. Maybe 30, 25. I don't know.
Between like mid-20s to maybe 30?
Yes.
Is he able to tell you anything, like when it happened or anything like that?
Hello?
Yeah, did he tell you?
What happened? No. He said he doesn't know.
He doesn't know? Okay. Please on the way, I'm the ambulance on the way, just stay on the phone with me, okay? And you said it looks like it's mostly from his legs?
Hold on, right on the side right now. I think it is. Hold on. Let me see. It is. There's a. Hold on. I see an entry. Hold on. One. And I see an entry.
Was he shot?
It looks like it is, yes. He's bleeding off of his leg. I can't pick you up. I can't pick you up.
So just let him know that help is on the way, but you can't pick him up, okay? Just let him know that help is on the way.
I agree.
Ma'am, were you able to get a clean dry off the towel, the blood pressure? And his leg?
I took his shirt off and I tied it around his leg.
You tied it around his head?
Hey. Hello. Hey. Josie. Are you okay? What the fuck happened?
Is he still breathing in?
Yeah. Hey. He's breathing out. Or not yet. They're going through now. I see him coming through now.
Just let me know when they make contact with you, okay?
Yeah.
Do they see you?
Hey, stay with me right here. Stay with me. Hey, stay with me. Hello, stay with me. Hey.
Yes, you. Still awake?
I'm with you. Stay with me.
And you see the
Stay
other?
with me. I see him here. Stay with me. Stay with me. Stay with me.
And you think he's still
They're
breathing?
here. They're here. Stay with me.
Okay, they're making contact. I'll go ahead and disconnect.
Okay, thank you.
Saturday, June.
Detective, did investigators find out who made that phone call?
Yes,
Who did?
Miss Link.
Now, after Daisy Link admits to shooting Pedro Jimenez, what, if anything, did you do with her? Was she under arrest at that point?
Yes,
And I know we talked about this briefly before, but that body warrant, the DNA warrant, that was executed as well?
yes, it was.
Did you author any other warrants at that time?
A ring search warrant
Why?
to obtain video that was captured on the ring camera.
And to be clear, that warrant was through the same process that we talked about beforehand?
Yes,
The video that we saw a few minutes ago, that was part of that warrant?
yes.
There's a few other videos that I want to show you and ask you if those were also part of that warrant. And this would be a part of State's Exhibit 16. this video also a part of the ring camera warrant that you executed?
Yes.
And then finally, see an adult male walking back into that vehicle, go through it a little bit, and then leave. Was that part of the video or the ring camera warrant that you also executed?
Yes.
Now, after you arrest the defendant, is that where the investigation ended?
No.
Why not if you've made an arrest?
In the homicide investigation, there's a lot of moving parts, and we conducted a very thorough investigation. So now it's going through the defendant's statement and then proving or disproving things that were said in the statement, ensuring that we have all the physical evidence and the facts correct to back up everything that occurred.
Did you yourself speak to additional witnesses?
Yes, I did.
And that was after the fact?
Yes.
Did you respond to 1300 Northwest 15th Street?
Yes.
Did you meet with the homeowner?
Yes.
Was that Robert Cisneros?
Yes.
Were you with anybody when you responded to that scene?
Yes, Detective Danny Morales and Detective Chiappa Hubbard.
Why did you respond to that scene?
To gather video surveillance footage.
Okay, and did you watch that video surveillance?
I did not.
I don't want to talk about any of that specific surveillance, but what I do want to ask you is, did you see anybody cut any wires, delete anything?
No.
Going back very briefly, Detective, this is a silly question. Do you have a personal cell phone?
Yes.
Does that have reporting capabilities?
Yes.
When you are investigating a crime, do you take out your phone and report things on your phone?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because my personal phone is my personal phone. It is not subject to anything that I do that is work related.
Do you have standard operating procedures that allow you to use your cell phone?
For my personal cell phone, no.
Okay. So it'd be fair to say you are not allowed to do that.
Correct.
Is there anybody that you reach out to in order to gather any kind of video surveillance evidence as well?
Yes, we have a video forensics unit that is certified and takes specific trainings in retrieving video surveillance footage.
If you have the capability to record something on your phone, why are you reaching out to them to collect evidence?
That would be the proper way to do it. These individuals are trained. They take trainings how to properly extract video and maintain its integrity.
Now, Detective, I know you weren't here, but Danny Morales and Chiappa Hubbard and yourself all wore suits while you testified. Why are you not in a uniform?
This is my daily attire for work.
So as a detective, a homicide detective, you are wearing a suit as your uniform?
Yes.
Do you get body-worn camera?
No, we do not.
Why not?
That is simply only assigned to road officers.
Showing defense counsel has been pre-marked for identification purposes as states 2E.
I'm gonna take a break now.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna take about a 10-minute coffee break. It'll be a comfort break. The video that will be played is about an hour and a half long, so just be prepared. If you need to take a coffee break in the middle of that hour and a half, you can do so. You all will just raise your hand. But just so you know what's coming after this break now. Okay, it's the video that will be played.
Judge, can you just move it into evidence?
All rise for the jury.
I'm sorry, real quick, if you move this evidence, let's just have Ray mark it.
State moves into evidence with some pre-marked for identification purposes is 2E.
State Exhibit 2E, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 28, Judge.
Thank you. That has to be said on the record in front of you all. All right, you can go back in there.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
And you said that it's an hour and 30 plus minutes long, or an hour and 20 plus minutes?
Hour 32.
Right, and at certain points I do intend to stop and ask Detective Jimenez some follow-up questions, but.
Understood. All right, we'll just take one thing at a time, and I'm gonna read to the jury 2.2, instruction on edited recording.
All rise for the jurors.
The video that we're going to see that we introduced into evidence is a video recording. I have to read to you an instruction on what you're going to see. Members of the jury, you are about to view and listening to a video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that will not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and listen and consider this evidence. All right, go ahead, Mr. Rubio.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Detective, I just want to briefly pause here at 42 seconds of stage 28. We saw Ms. Link enter and she has these brown paper bags on her hands. Why?
That is to preserve, because she touched the victim, is to preserve if there was any gunshot residue.
I suppose you go on. Thank you. Yeah, did you hear it? I'll be right. I'm gonna get my burn, so you have the pictures, and I'm gonna get the clothes for you evening, so you can change, and then we'll go to the bathroom, okay? Just give me a second. If you need anything, I'll tell them. Well, we're gonna take it back closer, you're gonna have to put the clothes on. And you wanna keep clothes on, we'll let me get that shit off the shirt. And you can make the shirt. If there's no blood on the shorts, then I gotta see, but I don't want to leave the blood. Can we stand right after them take pictures, please?
Listen to my instructions. Just give me a second, I'm gonna take a photo of you. Okay, very simple.
You're not gonna dress in front of them. Why are you guys shaking hands if I'm in this room? I'm not, like, you have blood all over me. Why are you having these pictures of me like I did for Daisy? I'm taking pictures of you because you have blood all over me, you're gonna use your pictures in here. That is in the car accident. So that's fine. We're gonna take pictures. He's gonna do something to your hands. Okay. And then you're gonna change your clothes so you can have not bloody clothes on. I don't want you to sit here and clothes is clothes on. Right? You know what I'm saying? There's no sense in you sitting here with clothes on.
Towards this way, on the side profile view. And then just look the opposite way. That bruise that you have there, you don't just lift it. That's fine.
Because you've been on our care, correct? You've been in our care, right? So there's no confusion later on down the line, or take pictures of the injuries you already have. So later on, someone doesn't say that they were caused while they were in our care. That's the only reason. No one's implying anything at all. Okay? No one at all has implied anything. That is the reason why we're doing this. Okay?
So aside from that, is there any other, you got any other injuries that you know? No worries, no worries. Do me a favor, just put your hands together like this. Okay, and then just take it like this. There we go. Can you take a deep breath? And 40.
Sorry, I had to use the bathroom and I needed coffee. This is my partner, Joe. Did you meet him already?
Now I said, I know that you said in that video, well, let me ask you this, to be clear, that's you.
Yes.
And you said this is my partner, Joe. Is that Joe Cruz that we were talking about earlier?
Yes.
The lead detective in this case?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for everything that you're going through right now. I'm sorry. Bear with me, we're just going to get all the your information, his information. Kids, everything. Take your time, you don't rush anything. Okay? I know that it's a lot right now for you.
Like I told you earlier,
Your sister. Your sister.
your kids are with your family, they're going to take care of it all. Okay?
You guys have 2 kids together, right? It was
What's his date of birth? 87/14. And you said that, yeah, it's another son? Mia. Zero. MIA?
Detective, the 911 call that we listened to earlier, which I believe is State Exhibit 1, in that, whoever the person who made that phone call, they said that the victim in the case had an injury, but they weren't sure. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Link just gave an actual date of birth for the victim, though. Is that correct?
Her son. She gave the date of birth for her son.
What's his last name as well? How old is Mia? She's 6. What's his birthday? 16. Does anyone else live with you guys? Yes, you guys. So it's just me and the kids. He's always on the road, he's around. He comes on 4 days, 5 days out of the month. And how long have you guys been living at that address for? 5 years. So you work from home? Okay. When they stay home, maybe they stay home, maybe quit my job and everything. Stay home with the kids. My son is ADHD and running with his eyes, so. Where did you work at before you did that? Logistics coordinator. Logistics coordinator? Oh, I'm sure you're doing what? Probably for what company? For Silver Base. Silver Base? I just work at a shipper in the United States. Oh, wow. That's in Lexington? It's in the Maryland, deep in the Maryland, yeah. And how long did you look at the shipping market? That's it? Yeah. How long have you worked there for? 3 years, 4 years. What high school did you go to? South Bay. Really? What year did you graduate? I'm going to use when I was 16. Oh. Something college. So you left South Bay? Did Pedro go to South Bay too? I used to. He did. He did. Where'd you guys meet? They came up with 17 with the Pearman. And then Joe would pick me up. But then and he's always been a trucker. How long has he been a trucker for? About 3 years.
Detective, you just asked the question before you both lived at the address. Who are you referring to?
Miss Link and the victim.
Did Miss Link deny living with the victim?
No.
That the victim lived there?
No.
Thank you.
And what did you do before that?
He passed and distraction and stuff like that.
Do you want me to stay in there? I will come to board. Any issues with me? So, there's some stuff that's you know what?
Before we move on, Detective, you asked a bunch of questions about the defendant's children, where her and the victim lived, a couple other things, how they met, and things like that. Why were you asking those questions?
Those are preliminary questions that we ask.
Is there any specific reason to get some background information or anything like that?
Background information as well to know, at that point we were aware that the children were in the residence at the time of this incident, and that's something that we need to document.
Thank you.
Let me just skip a little bit ahead.
So, and we're gonna go over your rights again. And of course, we have a couple, we're gonna go over your rights again, and everybody over your rights again, okay? It's gonna be the same form, I'll read it to you again, and we'll go from there, okay?
Detective, we just heard the defendant whisper to herself, "I killed him, I loved him so much." At that point in time, had the defendant made a confession of killing Pedro Jimenez to you?
No.
To any detectives?
No.
Would it be fair to say that is the first time the defendant ever admitted to killing the victim?
Yes.
Thank you.
Alright. Okay, so a few minutes ago, you knocked on the door and said you wanted to talk. Okay, so and we're gonna go over your rights again. And because we have a copy, we're gonna go over your rights again, and then I'll go over your rights again, okay? It's gonna be the same form. I'll read it to you again. And we'll go from there, okay? Okay, so if you're asking any questions, you must understand the following rights. You have a right to remain silent, and you do not have to talk to me if you do not wish to do so. You do not have to answer any of my questions if you understand this right. Should you talk to me, anything which you might say may be introduced into evidence in court against you. Do you understand? If you want a lawyer to be present during questioning at this time or any time hereafter, you are entitled to have a lawyer present. Do you understand that right? If you cannot afford to pay a lawyer, one will be provided for you at no cost if you want one. Do you understand that right? Knowing these rights, are you willing to answer my questions without having a lawyer present? This statement is signed of my own free will, without any threats or promises having been made to me. Do you understand what that means? So you're gonna sign right here. And the date is 6/25/22, and it is 4:22 p.m. I want to verify your phone number. What is your cell number? And you have that with what carrier? And what kind of phone do you have? An Android iPhone. And to your phone? No one else uses it besides you? Okay, sometimes watch YouTube. Okay. Just to clarify something, because when we went downstairs to do the fingerprinting, you told me that you didn't mean to do it, that you were just trying to scare him. What did you mean by that, and who were you speaking about? Okay, Pedro. And what did you mean by you didn't mean to do it? Just wanted him to stop hitting me. So I grabbed his gun, and I shot him, but I didn't aim him. Nothing, I didn't mean to hit him. I just wanted to scare him, I didn't want to scare him away. So let's rewind a little bit. Okay. How long have you been on Pedro for? Last month made 9 years. Last month made 9 years? Okay. And both of your kids are his? Yeah. What was your relationship like?
All you did was rehab it on everything.
And what's your relationship with him always like that?
You know, not at first. He's a different person when he's on drugs. Every time he would come home before, it wasn't always that because he would was with him every day, you know, when he worked here. But when he would come back after 3 weeks or a month, he would be anywhere from 4 to 7 days. And he would just get strung out the whole 7 days on cocaine.
What do you use anything else?
Cocaine, marijuana, cider. That I know about it. And he was a big drinker. I guess the more money we began to get, the more drugs he started doing every time he would come home. He couldn't find an ounce of cocaine. He said he hid in the house. I never seen it.
When did he say that?
This was the day that he hit me in my head like 5 or 6 times with a gun. So, like 4 or 5 days ago.
Do you report that? You were in the hospital?
I was in the hospital, but they started asking me a lot of questions. I got scared and I left. I went to the hospital, but before I got a chance.
Detective, briefly, I just want to back up from the statement. We heard Ms. Link say that Pedro did not let her have social media. Is Facebook social media?
Yes.
TikTok?
Yes.
Instagram?
Yes.
Thank you.
I actually go ahead and say doctor, they said they need to have a MRI, they need to have family brain.
Did they register you? Did they get your information and stuff? What hospital is it?
Thompson Hospital.
You said a couple days ago, you remember what day?
My mom flew down the very next day. So I'm gonna say 3 days ago. She flew down to try to get him arrested because I wouldn't do it. She even said, he's a baby, she's 20, he's always on the scene.
And where were you when he hit you in the head?
I was at my cousin David. And he hit David too.
At the house? At your house? What's David's last name?
Perez.
Do you know his date of birth?
No.
Is it white now?
He's dark, he's Puerto Rican.
Okay. Do you know where he lives?
Not exactly, he usually comes down. That was the first time he's ever been in my house, so he's seen me since we were kids.
And he's your cousin?
I have no idea. My mom's brother's son.
And where did Pedro hit him with the gun?
His face, he was trying to push him off me, and Pedro turned back and he hit him with the gun too.
And David didn't report it either?
No.
How old is David?
David was probably about, let's see, This house that you live in now, where we're at, how long have you lived there for? 5 years. 5 years? Walk me through yesterday, Friday, so today's Saturday, Friday. What was going on with you guys yesterday? Let's start from the morning. Has he been, well, because I know you told me that he travels a lot with his job. Yeah. Okay, how long has he been home? He was supposed to leave tomorrow. He was here for 7 days. Because he did nothing wrong. He was supposed to leave tomorrow, Sunday. So when did he get back from his last work? Coming out there, when did he get back? Last Tuesday? Okay, so today's yes, I talked to Alana since 2008. So he got back last Tuesday. Yeah. So he's been here about a week already. Yeah. What's here? When he comes back now, he'll working for whatever fucking reason. And he literally fabricates it in his head and actually believe it. He would believe he had a severe mental disorder. I know he did. I know he did. Nobody normal would do shit like that. Nobody normal would make stuff up in their head and actually believe it. What would you make up? What do you mean by that? He would tell me how all of the sweat I'm cheating on him. Or I'm fucking worried, I know. Cheating on him. Oh yeah, I know that you've been taking naked pictures of yourself. Bullshit stuff. And he would just continuously say it over and over again. And he would get back and be like, yeah, sending these fucking niggas pictures and shit. Hey, I'm stupid bitch, yeah, I know what you're doing. I know, like, you could genuinely tell he did believe the shit he was saying. You could tell he did. So he would just leave sometimes, take the truck to his dad's house. And then he would have maybe his friends pick him up from there. And then if I was at bars, do whatever he was doing. One would be nice and cold out and come home. 1 to the morning, and then whenever you go home. Northwest, Porter. So that's what he would say if he wasn't staying with you? That's where he would always go to. That's where I used to go to all the time. Okay, so Friday yesterday. What was he? The other day. He was with his friend. He was with his friend's house. that we were supposed to do a barbecue in the house, there with all my sisters and stuff. Then after that, I went home, I had to go home. I went home, and then it was about maybe 10 or 11 o'clock. And then he started having. At this point, you were home alone with the kids? Who was home? Okay, and what were the kids? The kids were moving on. So you, your mom, and the 2 kids home? Yeah. Okay. After that, I went and I picked them up. Well, where did you pick them up from? Friend's house. Do you know the address? No. I just know it's, well, on the street behind Homestead now. Sorry, I don't know the precise address. And what's his friend's name there? Manriquez. Manriquez? Manriquez. Do you know how to spell it? I think I'm paying R-I-Q-U-E-Z, I believe. Is he white or not? He is white, he's Hispanic. Okay, and how did you know to pick him up from there? Because I knew that he was over there. Before he left, it was him, I believe, the brother, and a couple of other, when I see that group of people, the group of boys there, I know he's gonna be there. But where did you see them with these people? At their house. Well, first they came to my house. Okay. And then they went to their house. Why did they come to your house? I guess he was, get money. I don't know. So he was home. I don't know at your house then. Because tell me you were home with the kids and your mom. Yeah, that was when I got back. Okay, back. Okay. And then after that, I guess when I'm going to go back, I'm going to go a little bit to get it up. Because I know he's kind of drunk on the back, and he was just on the phone and shit. Did he ask you to pick him up, or you decided to go pick him up? I decided to pick him up. Okay. Wasn't an issue. Okay. I picked him up. He was, of course, buying cocaine, and I'm not again. It was fine. He took it on the one side, so I went inside. And he said, oh, I'm coming. He's drunk on his ass. And then you can see he had like coke bags on and stuff. When you got there, how did you tell him to come outside? His friend, he normally leaves outside. I went and I was like, well, where's Pedro at? Oh, he's inside the house. Okay. He was out there. I don't know, Manriquez is really the only one I know his name. There's about 5 or 6 of them. I was there. The boy went inside. I waited like maybe 4 or 5 minutes. It's small. It was like mine. There's a lot of traffic goes through there, a lot of people in and out. Not worse. So I went and opened the door of the house. And then finally I could see him coming out of the hallway, with the coke bag. What? I'm coming. Jeez. I was getting something from Mika. You can see I had a coke bag. And that's when the fun started. My mom ended up leaving back to my sister's house because she just was dating anymore. So, what do you mean when the fun started? So you pick him up in the house, what happens after you pick him up? What do you guys do now? He asked me to take him to the store to be weird. Which store did you go to? It has to be one of the two. There's only 2 stores I ever go to. On 187 Avenue, where's the 187 or 182? 187. 187 Avenue, the shopping center, by 317th Street, I think it's It's past Campbell Drive. Yes.
Either there or at the Paramount, that's a little further down. Basically,
And when you guys are driving, are you talking about anything? What are you talking about?
I did shoot on him.
Okay.
Do you believe 100% certain? Friend told him, I stopped talking to the guy and everything I know. It's nothing serious like that at all. I guess he didn't know now. And since he came back, the same conversation we had over and over again. But I guess I'm just getting back at him for all the time she on me. We're fucking water and sweat. And that shit. Takes care of me, does everything for me. For me to do that shit to him. He doesn't know me. But you realize, I understand. I completely understand.
We're not here to judge you on that, so don't worry about that. You don't need to explain to us why you changed your opinion, what you did.
It's human. Okay? It's human and it's okay, it's fine. As women, we get really, you're home with your kids all the time, raising two kids by yourself, it's always out on the road.
I can't on social media, I can't talk to anybody, I can't even talk to my cousins. The only reason why
So again, Detective, we just heard Ms. Link say she wasn't allowed to have social media. Is that
Yes.
correct? Facebook is social media?
Yes.
TikTok is social media?
Yes.
TikTok is social media?
Yes.
Instagram is social media?
Yes.
Thank you.
he's very good at that too. I don't think he would have did it if he didn't see my cousin there. Maybe he doesn't think my cousins are my cousins. I don't know. These are actually my blood cousins.
So you guys are correcting, you're talking about, he's saying all this shit to you, he's telling you, about you cheating and all that, that's what he's talking to you about. At this point, how are you feeling? Are you sad, are you angry, like, how are you feeling, what are you feeling, so he's telling you those stuff? So you can tell him no, that you didn't cheat, because that's the way you still work. Okay.
I know that's the house. I'm sitting outside. He said funny shit to me over and over. He talking shit about me to my mom. You know? And he would leave me. Running around. Entire bed. You just see it. I guess what my mom is not there. Days. He's not here for a couple days. I feel so bad. Because maybe it would have been a difference. He would have still been on drugs, but maybe He could have been at home. He could have been there. He could lay down. He doesn't get to be home that much. And it's so bad. So at this point, you get.
We just heard the defendant say he doesn't get to be home that much. To the best of your knowledge, is she referring to that 1237 address?
Speculation.
Here in that right. Because the whole time, since he got back, that's all it's been. I felt so bad. I felt like shit. Even when he was empty and had the blood and everything, the first and the second day he came back. He was broke. Pretty much he was out of shock and drugs. They were wrong. I was talking to Tom, and I ran from the back of the city to the roller coaster to my house, through it 5-6 blocks down. I'm back to the the night pretty much. What was that? This was the night that I called the police for you actually came. And I just put a little blood on the driveway. That's the night the night that was with me and had the gun. He came, you could just hear him banging on the door. He banged on the door. And that's when we were talking about. No, and he came out and was saying, but he's sporadic as fuck. And that's, he tried to attack first David. And first David back, and I got in front of him, and that's when he started hitting me, he started punching me, he started throwing bruises on my arms and everything. He started hitting me in the back of my head. And then I just know that he grabbed his gun on top of the china cabinet, and then I ran outside. He grabbed me by my hair and just started hitting me over the door, getting on my head. You know, you know that. I just felt bad. It was nothing but chaos and fucking havoc since he got back. I tried to make excuses for him. I still would, if he was here. I feel bad for him. I feel bad for him. Because he was right. But I just shoot him because I wanted to shoot him. I just shot the fucking gun so he could be here. I didn't think it was an aim. Let's go back a little bit. You said that you grabbed the gun from on top of the china cabinet. That was a couple days ago. Okay, was that gun always there? He always had it there. Okay. He always had it there, and he would probably take it with him over the road. So when he was out on the road working, where was the gun? In the truck. Okay. And then when he was home, the gun would be where? He would put it on top of the china cabinet or in my kitchen. The cabinets are way on top. Okay. So Friday, you guys are arguing. Yesterday, you guys are arguing. When you come back, after you come back home, you guys are arguing. Around what time is that? Do you remember? Like 10 or 11. Okay. And what happens? What continues to happen? How does the night continue to progress? 1 minute it's okay, the next minute going back to the over again. We'll be talking about something, we'll be laughing, and we were home, and then it flips back on again. Flips back on again. And everyone inside taking a box of gold. And he would get so angry with you, he would just walk me. I don't know where you go, I don't know where you go. couldn't go pick her up. And then she said, I'm getting tired of shit. So, she left. Told her to leave me.
What happened after she left?
You can see he kept coming back over and over again, like, almost like, because you can see on the cameras, I can see only certain glimpses of him coming back, circling now.
You have cameras?
No front.
Okay.
I just catch what happened because it was in the back.
Okay, so nothing that happened would be on camera.
The only thing that I probably could see is just the glimpses of him coming through the camera. That's why I figured he was, it would be like 5 minutes, and I'm looking through and I'm like, where the fuck is he going? Where is he coming from? Why is he passing, but he's not coming inside? So, finally, I was sitting outside, and I had a gun.
At what point did you grab a gun?
I grabbed a gun, and I sat outside with it to smoke a cigarette. Because it became, maybe he was gonna hit me if he saw that I had it. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I never fucking grabbed a gun like that ever. Guy gets to a certain point where seeing him circling the house where he was, you gotta be pretty paranoid. You gotta be pretty scared. So I was outside, and I just had the gun there next to me.
Where next to you?
Just, I was sitting on the porch, and I just had an ice cream sitting on the stairs, so just sitting on the stairs. And finally I could see the shadow on me in the back. I could see it in the corner of my eye, where the grill is. And he started talking shit again. Same thing over and over again. And then finally, the gun is still there. I stood up and I was like, I told you, partially, not all of it. You were right about the name Alex. But I wasn't doing anything with him like that. I got scared because, and I stopped talking what we do because apparently he was fucking up with like 4 girls in total, making us all think that they kind of want to be with us and shit. So one of the girls in particular was one of Pedro's friends from a long time ago. I get him. So, fast forward, I didn't have that shit off with the kid and everything. So but it's not like that. It was never like that. He was just using me to piss off Dora. He was an asshole. She called him when she found out when she gave up him. She called him like 5 times on Facebook. And that's it. So then I started talking to him. And then, we hashed it out. I didn't know about you at all. I'm sorry. I begged her, please, I'm telling him. Please. She didn't. She didn't tell him. Supposedly, she told me she didn't tell him. But, when I said that, he was also, when I told him, it was never nothing like that. He was just using me to piss off Dora. He fucking exploded. I was like, you were fucking Dora's man. You were fucking Dora's man. That's the fuck we're doing. That's why she called me. He was screaming, ballistic, screaming. And I started getting scared. the way, the look in his eyes, you can see, he has a look, something with his eyes, when he gets really fucked up on cocaine. You can see it. He's not the same person anymore.
What was he wearing when you guys were out there? What clothes did he have on?
He had a black, I believe it was a black shirt, with a tank top, but I ripped it off him. So I can put trying to get under the leg right now.
We'll get to that. I just want to know what he was wearing.
He had a pair of cargo pants on. I can't remember what color they were. I think maybe black cargos.
Did he have anything in his hands? Yeah, like, did he have anything in his hands?
No.
Okay. And so now you guys continue to argue. Well, he's yelling at you.
This morning, and I'm tired, I'm done just pushing on and down. That's when he pushed me back and I fell to the floor. I know that he grabbed me by my hair. I was trying to sit upstairs and he just leaned over and I grabbed the gun. And he let me go because I had it in my hand and you could see he turned around. He tried to take off. He was like, they were gonna lock me in the house. He started running, and I just shot to try to prevent him from going inside the house.
Where was he standing?
When I shot him?
Yes.
I was doing that. I was in there. I was really scared.
Okay.
So,
tell me where your house is.
So you see on my house on the other side of the room. Alright, so I have the porch here, the stairs. So at this point, I'm right here. I grab it.
Okay.
This is the end of the house, for the white car.
Okay, so this would be the front of the house.
This is the back of the house.
And this is the front.
This is the front of the house. This is the back of the house. Because the house is not a regular.
Okay, so you're saying, so this is the door to your duplex, and then this was the door to the other duplex.
This is okay.
Once you put the street, just the street.
So that's the street.
Okay.
That makes sense. I see what you're saying now. Okay.
So I'm in the front, I'm in the back of the house. Because that's usually where I consider the front, that's usually where I'm going now.
Okay.
So at that time, I remember once he started taking off, he started running this way. And he said that he was going to run the house to lock me out. Because he could sleep outside, bitch. So I ran right here, I was right here, and saw him right here. And I just shot. I didn't even really hit him. I don't even know how I hit him. I didn't even aim at him like that. I just shot it so he could hear the boom and make me scared to run away. The neighbors were asleep in the house. I'm tired of being locked outside. I'm tired of this shit.
So as he is running away from you, that's when you shoot.
Because he's running to go home to in the house. Because he's running to go in the house and I'm doors.
What happens now after you shoot him? What happens?
He was still running. He ran. He didn't go in the house. He ran. So I think the house was behind right here. He was running kind of like on their porch.
Okay.
And I don't know where he went after that. So I went, I was looking, I walked to the front, I was looking, and I couldn't find him. So then I went back out in the car.
While you're walking to the car, are you on the phone with anybody? Are you talking to anybody?
No.
Okay, so you're not talking to anybody?
No.
As you're walking?
No.
Okay, and where's the gun at this point?
I threw it.
So as you're walking by your house, where did you throw the gun?
There's a tree right gun to the tree. And I remember his head, and then, because I could hear him, when I know I heard him, I thought maybe he was lying at first, but I could, and he was running. I thought maybe he was fucking around, I don't know, but I kind of got scared. So I walked to the front, and I couldn't see behind, so I came back, I got in the car, and I drove around all the way to the back alley, looking for him. The first time I couldn't find him.
We just heard Ms. Lang say she threw the gun to the tree. Did she give you any more specifics about the tree?
Yes, it was a tree that was directly by their door to their house.
Did she tell you that, or she tell you the tree?
She said the tree, but when she was pointing at the paper, it was directly in front of one of their doors.
Okay, did you, at this point in time, I can see both yourself and Detective Cruz in here, were you letting canine officers know where to search?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I sat on the porch, and I could hear nobody else. I got back in the car, and I drove all the way around again, and that's where I could see him laying there. And I went to him, he was full of blood, he was like, call 911 now, baby, call 911. So I went and called, and I'm on the phone with her. I just started ripping off his shirt to do a tag on his leg. What did you tell the 911 operator? I just wanted that I found that there was a guy in the alley that he looks like he was shot. I tried to make it seem like it was a random person. Why? I got scared. Everybody was scared. There was a lot of blood, and he was dazed in and out already. I tried to save him. You were there when the ambulance arrived? I wasn't there when the ambulance arrived. The officer said we beat him, but I think it was there. I think it was.
I want to back up just a minute. When you called K9 to find the gun, do you know if they had already found it?
At the time that we notified, I don't know if they had found it.
Okay.
We just notified everyone on scene where the gun was thrown.
Okay, thank you.
Because I told her, and I remember before I walked away, I kept asking the officers if he was breathing, and they said, yeah, and I was saying, yeah. But when the ambulance got there, you could see him pumping his heart. And they asked him, was he breathing? And the ambulance said no. That's why I got in the car and started looking for him.
When you got in the car, was it before or after you said that?
When I got into the car, I knew the gun as soon as I walked into the front door of it. Because in case anybody were to come, the police were going to come because of the bang. That's why I threw it. I didn't think I hit him. I didn't know it tonight because he said it after the fact. This was before anything. I threw it because I didn't, in case the police came from hearing that loud and shot. Or the neighbors called because it was right there, they can hear it right there. With the duplex and two sides. After that, I threw it and I started to look for him. The first time, he must have still been cutting through the yards. I couldn't find him.
Once you got to him when he was on the ground and you found him, was he on the ground? Was he still running around?
He was on the ground already.
Okay.
I pulled up to him again.
Okay. And once he's on the ground, did you take anything from him?
I know I tried to initially get his belt off. So I started taking more stuff out of his pocket, his phone and stuff out of his pocket, so I could get the belt. I tried to see where exactly the wound was because he had the phone covering up. I couldn't find where it was at. So I took out his phone. I think he had like some money in his suit, it was all full of blood. And I put it in, I know I threw it in my car after the police came. But that's when I was thinking about to take the belt off. So I went and just heard to show up.
So you put something in your car?
In the rental, yeah, the police came.
What else did you put in the car?
It was just his phone and it was like maybe like a bloody $10 bill or something like that. I just needed to get his phone out of the way so I could find it. I guess his phone was literally right there where the wound was, so I couldn't get it, and his belt was too tight, it was over the phone. So I took the phone out of the pocket trying to get the belt off. And then it happened.
Are you sure he had a belt?
Yeah, he has a belt, yeah. Because he was holding the phone down. He had a belt on.
What if I tell you he didn't have a belt?
He has a belt on. Unless he has a belt on. Because someone was holding the phone, unless the pants were just that tight. He has a belt on because something was holding the phone tight as hell.
Do you physically remember seeing a belt?
Now that you're saying no, I can't remember. But even earlier today, I gave him the belt and everything, so he has to let it on. If not, so either the pants were tight, I don't know. But
so you put his money and his phone, you put it in the car?
Yeah, he still had some stuff in his pockets and other pockets and stuff too.
At what point did you put all that in the car, before or after the cops arrived?
This is the cops' mom.
They were there already though?
The cops were there, and that's when I started screaming because the guy said he was breathing. So that way my car was on the whole time. The car was on, so the officer came and he tried to tell me to walk back to the house. Come, like just to calm me down. So I went, I put the stuff in the seat of the car, I turned the car off, and I got the keys and I went with the officer. But he still had other stuff in his pockets too. I don't know what the hell it was. But my only concern was really to move the phone out of the way. Why? To find out to see where I couldn't see a bullet wound anywhere. It had to have been where the phone was.
What was the phone?
The phone was like right here. in the pockets, but it was so tight. It was tight in his pants, like I literally had to dig it out to get it out of the way. And that's where I seen what the wound was. And maybe I was looking for it to see if he had a dog on. Maybe. But it ended up being his shirt that ripped off at the end. I ripped his shirt off, and then that's when I tied it around his leg trying to stop the bleeding.
The gun that you shot him with by the house. Are you familiar with guns?
No.
Okay, you know when you shoot a gun, there's a casing
Okay.
that gets ejected from the gun. Did you pick it up?
No. Just tell me where I shot it at, that's good.
Okay, you're saying that you shot him by. Where was it? On this side?
There's a porch. My back porch is right here.
Okay, this is the front.
Okay, right here should be where it's at. This is the front, this is the back, this is the neighbor side. This is where the white car is. It should be like right here. On the edge of the property, on the edge of the house. Right before you get
This is the street.
Yeah.
So this is the street. When we come in, there's a tree here, right? Is that the tree? Where the gun was thrown? Okay. You shot him on this side of the house then?
Yeah.
You didn't shoot him on this side of the house?
No.
Okay. And after you shoot him, what way do you walk?
This way. Because he's running around saying he's gonna go to the front door.
So you go that way? And then after you go that way, where do you continue to walk?
After I'm right here, and I shoot him, he runs this way, so I'm walking this way. So but I see people from one side, I see that he kind of screamed and ran towards the front of the neighbor's porch, and started running through there.
Where are your cameras sitting at?
My cameras are right here, facing the street.
Okay. I need to go to the bathroom, and then I'll be right back, okay? Is that okay? Do you want anything from my mom? Okay. Where did this pistol get hurt?
Man, I'm running off. Right.
Okay, so just to clarify this, so this is the street, this is 14th Street, right? This is the neighbor's house, and there's this in between, and this is your house, right? Okay, and you're telling me that the shooting did not occur in between here? Okay, what did I tell you that you're lying right now?
So you're bullshit.
I'm bullshit?
I know where it was.
Okay, that's nice. What did I tell you that I have somebody that told me shooting happened? No?
Detective, a moment ago we heard Ms. Lincoln say that she had to remove some items because the defendant's pants were so tight. Permission to publish states 12.
to show you what is in evidence as states composite 12, which is 7 of 15. You just take a look at the shorts in that photograph. What kind of shorts do those appear to be?
Basketball shorts?
And would you agree with me that basketball shorts are not so tight fitting?
Yes.
What did I tell you that I have you on camera? Okay. And I'll quote exactly what you say on camera. So you know that I'm not bullshitting. That I'm not bullshit, as you said. Okay. I'm not going to get an artery. You'll be fine. That was 10 minutes prior to you calling the police. And you're walking with a gun in your hand. You walk towards the house inside your house. You walk back out with the gun still in your hand again. Then you walk by the tree. I shot him right here.
Let's say you did. What about that comment that you made?
I don't even remember saying that. Honestly, I don't even remember saying anything at all. No, he didn't say anything. You said that. He didn't say anything. You're right about that. He said I might have been a murderer and I said you would be fine. I don't even remember saying that at all. No, you said that.
You said it.
You said that. Okay, he didn't say anything. You said, I might have been an artery, you'll be fine. You said that, and it's on camera. And you're walking with a gun in your hand. Okay. Okay? Listen, I'm not here to play games. Okay, listen, I don't need to sit here and listen to lies. I don't, because quite frankly, there's a lot already that's telling me what you did. You think that I'm in here bullshit? You think that I'm in here bullshitting you? I'm telling you right now that I'm not. Okay? Yeah, I was angry. Okay? You didn't shoot him and dump the gun right away. That doesn't happen. Because you're facing with the gun still in your hand. Okay? You move your car. You go around to find him. Did I still have the gun when I got in my car? You tell me. I shouldn't have to tell you what you did. You should be able to tell me what you did without lying. There's bits and pieces in one. I don't even remember saying that. I don't remember saying that at all. But I know that I shot him right here. And he was right here, and that's when he went out. I know exactly where he was. I didn't shoot him in my house.
How far away were you from him when you shot him?
If you look at, he was about right here, about in the corner. And I'm right here.
So you were standing on the opposite side of the house when you fired? And was he near anything?
There's nothing right there, like, except for chairs, maybe another tree that were in front of him.
When he was by a tree?
There's another, like, bush. That's like right here. There's a tree, a bush and a tree, and then it was like maybe the something that was next to him. That would have been next to him, at least. Because I know it was right here. Okay, so he's trying to get away from you at this point then. He's trying to run the house. To let me out. Okay. At this point where you're standing with the gun, aiming at him, as he's running away from you. No, I'm not aiming at him. Where are you aiming the gun at? To the gun was just in my hand. Okay. It was down, and then once he said, oh, you're gonna sleep outside tonight, bitch. That's when I literally just lifted it up and I just cocked it, like, and I shot it. It was already cocked and everything. I shot it. And he's running or walking away from me. He was running into the house. He was trying to run into the house. He's not running away from me. He was running into the house to lock me out. Okay, did you physically see no one inside the house? No. Okay, but listen. You're telling me this, right? You're here. He's here, right? I'm right here at the corner of the house. Okay, and he's here. Yeah. Where is your front door? The front door is right here. Okay, from here to here, he's running away from you. He's running say he was going to my house. He wasn't. I know exactly what he was doing. He told me he was going, where he was going, and exactly what he was gonna do. When he was gonna go outside as many times as I have, and when you see the shit that he's done to me, and the shit that I've gone through, that I know he's capable of doing, I know exactly what he was gonna do. Exactly what he said he was gonna do. He was not running away from it. You come this way. After you shoot him, and you walk around this way, and you come this way, what do you do when you come back this way, when you come this way? Before you walk back over here to the gun? Did you go back inside the house? I don't remember. I don't even remember. I could have sworn from what I can recall that I went this way. I thought I took the gun as soon as I did it. Yeah. And I walked onto the sidewalk and I started calling out and telling him too that I was taken to the hospital. I hit him. That should be on camera too. So I couldn't find him. The first time I went and I drove around, I didn't see him anywhere. That's when I came back, I parked the car, and I think I sat on the stairs and I could hear in the window. So I got back in the car and I drove back around here.
How long did that take you to get back in the moment? He said,
Literally, right, it was not even a minute, 2 minutes behind each other. When I got back in the car, I went to the window, right down.
so just go back, so you fire, right? And you get in the car, you search, you stop, you get back in the second time. How long do you think that was?
Between the two times?
Yeah. From the moment that you first fired.
I'm gonna say when I found him, maybe? From when I fired is when I found him?
Yeah.
I'll say 5 or 6 times. Maybe. 5 or 6 times. It wasn't long after at all.
After you fired, did you notice that he was bleeding?
No, I don't. I heard him like kind of, it wasn't even a scream, it was like, ah! It wasn't a scream like how you normally hear a scream, no. So I thought he was fucking around at first. But I wasn't sure if I hit him or not. But when I saw lightning and no blood everywhere, I thought maybe his arm, somewhere, maybe at the bottom of his leg or something. Do you know where you were shot? Did you ever see where you were shot? Yeah, when I took the tourniquet on him. Where? What's he shot? It was on his right leg, on his thigh. His upper thigh. What do you have? Like, point on your leg where you got shot. I really hear. Am I wrong? It was lower. That's what I was a little confused when you said about the phone thing, because it wasn't my word, it was phone word. Side of the fence. It was laying on the floor. Little blood, maybe his parents were turned sideways, I don't know what to tell you. Because the phone was over, it was definitely over, it was over the little one. And, I don't know, it was so, if I'm not mistaken, it was right here. Like, you know, I thought it would have been somewhere else, maybe to the grave, maybe some flesh wound or something. When I saw him laying there, I didn't think at all. But that's what it was. At any point, did you try to put the gun inside the house? I don't think so. No. did to him. That you actually shot. At what point? When he's gone. So, why, if you're telling me that you knew you hit him when he was on the floor, then why did you say what you said on camera about hitting his artery? And that he'll be fine? So you were just talking shit when you said that? Yeah, I didn't really think I hit him at all. So you remember saying that? No, I don't. I'm saying if I did, I'd talk shit. I was mad as fuck. Okay, you already fucking turned the shit out of me to back to the house again. Locked me out of my fucking house. My kids are asleep. I'm tired of this shit. I was mad as fuck. I'm not saying I did, I'm saying I probably did. But it wasn't literally intentional. I really didn't think I hit him at all. I really fucking didn't think I hit him at all. Until I saw him later. I love him more than anything when he was fucked up. I did. Those little life he was.
We're going to step out, be right back. If he is, come on in the door, okay?
Detective, was anybody ever arrested for the murder of Pedro Jimenez?
Yes.
Who?
Daisy Link.
Do you see Daisy Link in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please identify her by what she is wearing in the courtroom?
Yes, she's wearing.
If she is in the courtroom.
She is. I can't.
And if you can stand up.
Floral top.
Can you please be a little more descriptive?
Black long hair, floral top, tattoos on her right eyebrow.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. I have no further questions.
So anybody needs a break, let them out, otherwise we'll do cross-examination. Nobody needs a break, okay. All right, Mr. Tomas.
Just so I don't read too. No. So, Detective, a little while ago, before we played the interview, if you recall, the state played a couple of videos for you with a similar angle. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Does this appear to be a video from the same camera that you saw those two videos a little while ago?
Yes, sir.
And you remember the individuals you saw in that video?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and play. See that man running from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be the same man that you saw in the videos that or play the objection. Witness testifying to the evidence that speaks for itself.
Oh, yes.
Does that appear to be the same man that was in the videos that you saw earlier?
Yes, sir.
That woman on the right side who just opened that car door, does that appear to be the same woman that you saw in the videos we saw earlier?
Yes, sir.
Before she came on screen, did it seem to you like she was yelling something at the man who just ran across the screen?
Oh,
Yes.
so, hold on. There may be more questions about this detective and her investigation as it relates to evidence she obtained, and it might be questions regarding this video. But conclusions as to what is in the video and what is said in the video is up to the jury. So in other words, opinions of witnesses as they testify about what is, what isn't, what is said, what isn't said in the video, that is going to be related to this witness, to the sufficiency of her investigation. But ultimately, you all will decide your opinions as to what the evidence has shown and what the evidence has not shown. So with that limitation, we're going to continue with this detective's testimony. But please view her testimony from this limitation instruction. If someone doesn't understand it, let me know. Yeah.
Is it possible to read a transcript?
There isn't one available. I know it's long. What was your last name again?
It's more about being clear about what was being said so we can be objective.
Understood. So I can tell you it's in evidence, and I know it's long, but you all can take as long as you want to review it, to amplify it, to put it closer to you, things of that nature. So it is available to you at the time that you do it. Okay? I wish I had a transcript. There isn't anything written. But even at the end of the day, let's say the transcript, you all think there's an error in the transcript. There isn't anything written. But even at the end of the day, let's say the transcript, you all think there's an error in the transcript. The evidence is what's in the video, not necessarily the transcript. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes. Like, isn't there like some kind of app that would make transcript like chat?
So
something.
So right now there isn't one available. Okay. All right. Thank you.
stop it there. So apparently, based on your observation of that, there was some type of interaction, voices were raised, things of that nature, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you agree that this video that we just observed had to have happened prior to the video where you hear a shot, correct?
Considering the victim was in it, yes.
And would you agree that the car that's there on the right side of the screen was in a different position at the time that the shooting occurred, correct?
Yes.
It was facing the opposite way, correct? Car?
I don't recall.
This is moments before the gunshot, correct?
Yes.
Now that we're looking at this video, would you agree that the car is facing the opposite direction?
Yes.
Based on the video I showed you before, had you seen that video before during the course of your investigation?
No.
So the video I just showed you where the car is facing the opposite direction, where Mr. Jimenez is running around, you've never seen that video before?
What I can recall, off the top of my head, I remember all the videos. I reviewed multiple videos during the course of the investigation.
Okay. During the course of the investigation, did it ever occur to you, or did you see anything that would corroborate Ms. Link's notion that Pedro Jimenez was running back and forth outside the house and would not leave after being told to leave?
Okay. Sorry. So say the question again one more time. It was very long.
During the course of your investigation,
Okay.
did you see anything that would corroborate the notion that Pedro Jimenez was running around, loitering, stalking outside the house, refusing to leave, and he did that for and he did so for a lengthy period of time before the ultimate confrontation where a shot was fired?
Oh yes, that particular video, he's running away from the residence.
Okay. So he's running around. Obviously, at some point he came back.
Yes.
And right before the shooting, you heard him screaming there, right?
Yes.
Now we know that when rescue arrived, there was a tourniquet on Mr. Jimenez's leg, correct?
Yes.
And Daisy Link put that tourniquet on his leg, correct?
Yes.
She's also the person who called 911, correct?
Yes.
Now, we just heard her say that she didn't know that he had been shot when we were listening to her statement a few moments ago, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So she didn't know that he had been shot at the moment he was shot, and she ultimately discovered him and called 911 roughly, 10 minutes later?
Yes.
So if she didn't know that he had been shot, is it consistent with her finding him about 10 minutes later? Is that consistent?
Yes.
Okay. So in other words, there's nothing to indicate that she purposely waited 10 minutes. I mean,
You're answering based on your investigation.
there's nothing to indicate that she purposely waited to call 911, correct?
Correct.
As far as we know, she called 911 as soon as she realized what was happening, that he was shot, right?
Yes.
And she took measures to try and help him by putting a tourniquet on his leg, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified earlier that when she was transported to your headquarters, she was not a suspect, but she was an important witness. Did I get that correct?
Yes.
Who transported her?
A patrol officer.
Do you know which one?
I do not.
When somebody is not a suspect, what is the procedure as far as transporting them to headquarters? Are you supposed to put them in handcuffs? Are you supposed to, what's the procedure?
If they're being transported in a patrol vehicle, it's a marked patrol vehicle, yes. Procedure is they need to be handcuffed.
Why is it? If they're not a suspect, why is that?
Safety reasons for officers. Anyone riding in the rear seat of a police vehicle needs to be handcuffed whether you're under arrest or not.
So it's a safety measure specifically outlined for transport, is that correct?
Inside a patrol vehicle, yes.
Okay. So what is the actual procedure? Are you supposed to put the handcuffs on right before they get in the car, or how does it work?
Prior to putting them inside the vehicle, yes, you handcuff them and then you place them inside the vehicle.
But there's no procedure that mandates that they need to be handcuffed for any period of time prior to the transport or after the transport, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So am I correct that it would be proper procedure to only, because she was not a suspect at the time, to only place her in cuffs for the transportation, and that's it? The cuffs can be removed once the transportation has been completed,
yes.
Correct? Okay. So, as far as you know, was she not in cuffs prior to the car ride and after the car ride?
By the time I arrived on scene, she was already inside a patrol vehicle. I don't know what happened prior to that.
Okay. If she had been held in handcuffs prior to being in the patrol vehicle for an extended amount of time, would that have been an incorrect procedure, as far as you know?
I don't know what occurred prior to me arriving. When I arrived, she was already inside a patrol vehicle.
I understand that you weren't there, so I'm
Okay.
not asking you to speculate on what happened. What I'm asking you is, given that you're familiar with the procedure, would it have been incorrect procedure to place her in cuffs and hold her for an extended period of time when she wasn't being transported?
Depends on the circumstances.
Okay, so procedurally, what would be a circumstance where you would handcuff somebody who is not a suspect, who's not being transported?
If somebody is combative and is posing some kind of threat to themselves or others, or acting in a threatening manner, then yes, so they will be placed in handcuffs.
Okay. As far as you know, did Ms. Link pose any type of threat to any law enforcement officers who were there before she was transported?
When I arrived on scene, she was inside a patrol vehicle.
Okay, so you don't have any information. You're not aware of anything that she did which would have justified her being placed in handcuffs for an extended period of time prior to the transport, correct?
Correct.
Before you conducted the interview, what other members of law enforcement had interaction with Ms. Link, if you can recall?
Aside from myself and Joseph Cruz, I do not know.
Was there ever a domestic violence detective, female detective, who...
What's the question?
The question was there a female domestic violence detective who interacted with Ms. Link while she was fingerprinted and before she gave her statement?
Oh, you can answer.
A female domestic violence detective? No.
There wasn't.
No.
Just asking, no, sorry.
So I just want to be clear. At the station, other than yourself and Detective Cruz, nobody else interacted with Miss Lynn?
You're referring to the female that comes up on the interview. So, there was another female homicide detective that assisted me taking her to the bathroom whenever she needed to go to the bathroom.
Just for the bathroom? What about during fingerprints?
And she came down with me to fingerprinting as
A
well.
female homicide detective?
Yes.
What is her name?
Detective Angel Wilson.
Angel Wilson? And were you present for all the interactions?
Same objection, Judge.
Were you present for all the interactions that occurred between Detective Wilson and Daisy Link?
Yes.
You were?
Yes.
Now, based on the investigation that you conducted here, isn't it true that when Mr. Jimenez first arrived at Daisy Link's home earlier in the evening before the morning of the shooting, there were other family members of Daisy Link's at the home as well?
Yes.
Her mother was there, right?
Yes.
And were other people there too?
Her children?
And her children. Are you aware of anybody else who was there?
No.
At some point, the mother left.
Yes.
And when the shooting happened, nobody else was there other than the children, correct?
Correct.
And the children were inside the house sleeping?
Yes.
When all this was happening?
Yes.
Now, you were asked at some point, and I know this was a while ago, but you were asked at some point about whether or not you're allowed to use your personal cell phone to record something that you deem is of evidentiary value. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And do you remember what your answer was?
Yes, that I am not.
You're not permitted to do that?
Correct.
Do procedures account for a situation when a detective such as yourself deems it necessary or important to record something? I mean, what are you supposed to do when you're in that situation?
We are not allowed to use our personal cell phones for that.
Okay, so what are you supposed to do? Are you issued another phone?
Some individuals are.
Who's issued a department phone?
There are certain detectives that are issued. It depends how many phones they have available, if they have even phones available.
Are those smartphones?
Yes.
And typically are those phones used to make recordings?
Overruled, this was explored in direct examination.
Take pictures for evidentiary purposes, things of that nature?
Yes.
So you, for whatever, do you know why it was that you weren't issued one of these phones?
I don't know. Don't have one though.
Okay. How many other detectives were working on this case? I know it was Detective Morales was one, right?
Yes.
Detective, who's the other one?
Detective Siapa Hubbard and Detective Joseph Cruz.
Okay, so 3 other detectives.
Yes.
Were any of them issued phones?
To my knowledge, no.
To your knowledge, no? Okay. Is there a procedure lined out for what you're supposed to do when there's evidence that should be collected, which you could collect with a personal phone, but since you don't have one, what are you supposed to do in that situation?
There's nothing written in stone for that one. There's no procedure.
Well, what would happen if you just took your phone out, collected this important evidence, and then sent it to evidence? What would happen?
Speculation.
Overruled, this was explored in direct examination. You can answer.
What would happen?
If I were to take my personal phone and record
collected
the same,
evidence, and then you turned it over to evidence.
Depends on the circumstance. Sometimes they want to subpoena our phones, our personal phones. So that's the biggest reason why we don't use our personal phones, is so our personal information does not get subpoenaed along with evidence.
Okay. So it does happen. It has happened.
It has happened to certain individuals, yes.
So is it fair to say that if a need arises, you could use the phone to collect evidence if there's no other way to do it, correct?
Yes.
How long was Daisy Link in that room for? The room that she was giving that interview?
Approximately 11 hours, I believe it was.
11 hours. The shooting happened at 3-something in the morning, right?
Yes.
How long after the shooting was it that she arrived to the room?
Well, I didn't arrive till approximately 4:20-ish. So by the time we got to the office, I would say approximately 7:30 in the morning, so I would have to refer to my report to give you the exact time that she arrived at that office.
So around what time does the 11-hour stretch start?
From the moment we turn on the video room and place her in the room.
So like at 4-something in the morning?
No. At 4 in the morning? She wasn't in the room at 4 in the morning.
Okay, when was she in the room?
It was, like I said, can I refer to my report to give you the exact time that I put her in there?
Fine with me.
At 9:20 a.m., she was placed in the interview room.
So the 11-hour stretch starts at that point?
Yes.
All right. So the night before this man arrives, at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Please sit down. If you want to object, you can stand up, or you have permission to report to object while seated. I will give as much flexibility as you want to be comfortable. Thank you.
So I understand. This man arrives at her home the night before. At 3 o'clock in the morning, this shooting happens.
Objection, counsel testifying.
Oh, that is what cross-examination is. Thank you. Please have seats. Please have seats. Thank you.
Shooting happens at 3-something in the morning. She's taken to police headquarters. She's handcuffed. She's placed in the room. And then beginning at what time was it again?
9:20 a.m.
9:20 a.m., some 6-something hours after the shooting.
No question pending.
Right, because I haven't heard of the end of it.
Because counsel testifying.
He's re-asking. I'm sorry, over here, folks. I'm in the middle of court. Thank you.
So some 6 hours after the shooting, Ms. Link begins an 11-hour stretch of questioning. Is that correct?
It wasn't 11 hours of questioning. She was in the room for 11 hours.
She was in the room for 11 hours.
Yes.
So what time did she finish? What time was it over?
Can I refer to my report to let you know when she was transported?
Please.
So approximately 6:20 p.m.
So she wasn't done until roughly, well, I'm not going to ask you how long she went without sleeping, but pretty much almost an entire day this whole thing was going on, correct?
Yes.
Now, the gun that was eventually found, it was found after she told you what she did with it, correct?
Yes.
It hadn't been found prior to her giving you that information, correct?
No.
Just a moment, Joe. You were asked about whether a casing was found. Remember that?
Yes.
And it's my understanding you said a casing was not found?
To my knowledge, there was no casing found.
Well, the gun hadn't been found, but then she gave you information, and then with that information, you were able to find the gun, correct?
Yes.
You asked her about the casing. She said she didn't know where it was, correct?
Yes.
To your knowledge, police arrived on scene Ms. Link was rendering aid to Mr. Jimenez, correct?
Yes.
And from that point on, until the point when she was done sitting in that room for 11 hours, later that night, police officers had eyes on her, correct?
Yes.
So, are you aware of any other police officer who during all those hours saw her do anything with any shell casing or anything of that nature?
No.
Is there any evidence, any indication, anything that you can point to that would support the notion that she disposed of, hid, or did anything with any shell casing?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Detective, I want to talk about posing threats for a moment. Would throwing a chair at a detective investigating a homicide scene be a threat to that officer?
Yes.
No, he's gonna ask another question. Call
Sure.
for a legal conclusion, ask another question.
Judge, can we go sidebar?
No, you can ask another question, thank you.
Do you know if the defendant threw a chair at Detective Daniel Morales?
No.
If there is evidence to collect on scene, are there certain officers, for example, a CSI officer, if a casing is on scene or firearm is on scene, that is the person who would be responsible for actually collecting evidence?
Yes.
And so if there is evidence on scene, you yourself are not going to collect it, a specific officer will collect it, is that correct?
Yes.
So, for example, if there is specific video that needs to be collected, are you going to call a specific officer?
Yes.
Are you aware during the period of time that the defendant was in custody if she was allowed to sleep?
Yes.
Did she sleep?
Yes.
Again, did you offer her any kind of accommodations?
Yes, food and water.
The defendant told you that she didn't know where the casing was, right?
Yes.
Are you aware if the defendant was being completely honest with officers?
Objection, I made the promise to the jury.
Sustained.
Are you aware if the defendant had lied to officers?
Objection, same. Objection.
Sustained.
Did the defendant lie to you?
Objection, same.
Saw earlier, we saw a woman say, "It's not like I hit a major artery, you'll be fine. Do you want to take me to you want me to take you to the hospital?" No? Okay. Did you confront the defendant with that statement?
Yes.
Did she deny making that statement?
Yes.
Did her story change about that statement?
Yes.
Earlier, you were asked on cross-examination about the gun that was found. Did you personally know what time the gun was found?
No.
Do you know if officers had found it before personally?
I don't know exactly when they found it.
Are you aware of any evidence of the defendant retrieving a firearm prior to what she told you?
No.
Now playing a portion of state 16. Detective, we just played a short portion of this video. This woman, did it appear like she was holding anything?
It looks like there's something in her hand.
Do you... To the best of your knowledge, is that consistent with anything?
Objection calls for speculation.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Alright, is there anything further state?
Your Honor.
Okay, we're done for the day, I know it's been a long day. We're gonna resume again on Monday, Tuesday, we're off on Monday. Tuesday, same time frame, 10:30 to 5:30. Roberto will tell you where to meet him, probably the third floor. Please don't do any research about the space. Talking about the space, please don't allow anyone to talk about the space. If anyone becomes aware of the violations of these rules, please inform me and I will obey. If you all need to use the restroom, leave your room, go for it. Roberto will wait for you. Okay? If you feel more comfortable just leaving with him now and then using the restroom that are on the third floor or another floor, he'll wait for you all. It's still light out, so if you need any other help getting to your cars, let me know. Okay? So.
All rise for the jurors.
You'll take possession of your votes that you have in your hands.
This is gonna be Thursday or Friday, this, next Thursday or Friday.
That
Need to know
we're
for work.
ending, the plan is, please plan for the end of the week on Friday. Okay, if that changes, Mrs. Smith, the lawyer's not open. Thank you. She just asked me if she should plan to drop for the day or Friday. Is there anything anyone wants to bring up?
The state did file, I know that the plan was to rest today, obviously we're 5:32, the state did file a motion for reconsideration, a copy of it was furnished to defense counsel as well.
Of what?
The reconsideration of the court's not allowing us to publish a portion of the jail call video.
And what would that go to? Remind me again what that goes to.
It would go directly to the defendant's state of mind, directly to the defendant's intent, as well as element 3, the defendant's depraved mind, and also her consciousness of guilt.
Okay, you filed it?
We did.
Send me a courtesy copy with Mr. Tomas and then,
Mr. Tomas has a copy, but I can also send another copy to the court.
So we'll meet again on Tuesday at 10 a.m. and we can have argument on that. If I deny it, you all will rest, right? All right. And Mr. Tomas, it looks like we need to be ready to go on Tuesday.
Yes, ma'am.
The, let's say I grant their request. It'll be short anyway.
It's maybe 30 seconds.
So, and what witness would you bring this to?
Detective Tomas.
All right, so just have her on standby for Tuesday. Regardless, if you all want to put on a defense, please plan for that for Tuesday. The jury, regarding the post-Miranda statement, the jury instruction still allows the jury to make a finding that a statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and independently made, something along those lines, right?
If you find that it wasn't voluntary, you should disregard it, that's
right, but as a professional courtesy, I'm gonna say this in front of this thing, let us know if you all are going to contest it, because I allowed some leeway because the jury instructions allows them to consider it anyway and look at it. I'm sorry, the jury instructions allows them to look at the post-Miranda statement through that lens anyway. And even though we know we're not contesting it, they can still consider that for what it's worth. But I was a little taken aback with the challenges, and I allowed it. The state went back in and asked questions pertinent regarding, yes, it was it was an 11-hour stay, but she slept, things of that nature, she was fed, things of that nature. So just if you're going to contest it, please let me know so that we can plan accordingly. Great, is there anything else that I need to bring up? Alright, thank you all, have a good weekend, long weekend, and we'll see you on Thursday.
I just pulled this out.
Yeah, just pull it out. If anything is warranted.
Yes, thank you. I didn't mean to get upset earlier, but.
The CV that is showing me that.
Especially about jury, you're supposed to be concentrating on the evidence, right? Yeah. please do. Alright, is that?
Oh, hey, don't, is the interview summit? Don't, I need, no, I know, I need to send it